streaming button and we'll start. I think
We are streaming, sir.
we're streaming live. I think the city clerk has taken a count of our members of the governing body and we're all present. And so at 4:04, the regular meeting of the governing body from March 31st, attended virtually, will come to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Lindell, a salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Romero Worth, and then invocation from Councilor Abeyta. Please rise as you are able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the symbol of perfect friendship amongst
united cultures.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there remembrances? Just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Anyone? Councilor Garcia and then Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given that today is Cesar Chavez's birthday, I want to remember him and the remarkable legacy that he left us with and to work towards and strive towards. And so with that, I just want to, leave us with the quote, which he said, "We cannot seek achievement for ourselves and forget about progress and prosperity for our community. Our ambitions must be broad enough to include the aspirations and needs of others for their sakes and for our own. And who can forget his most memorable, si se puede."
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to think about, remember the victims of the mass shooting in Colorado, and Officer Talley, who was born and raised in Albuquerque and gave his life in the line of duty at that shooting. And certainly prayers to their family and friends. Absolutely horrific. Could happen to any city. And just want to remember them and, renew our conscience about the need for gun control in our country. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Others, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you're up, and then Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to express condolences to the family of Eloisa Block. Eloisa comes from a very long-time family in Santa Fe and has had great roots here. She was very involved in politics and probably had most jobs that you get along the way, making her way up into the roundhouse, and she was very revered and had very, very many friends and a very large and nice family. And I know that there are many, including myself, who are going to miss her. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to recognize the contributions of Eloisa Block and also her grandchildren, who really have expressed to me how much they miss her and how much she meant to them and mentored them through their life. And I also wanted to take the moment to recognize the life of George Floyd, since it's been over a year of his killing and we're currently seeing the trials. And I kind of feel like our country's soul is on trial right now to determine the outcome. And so I just want to put out prayers and for justice for George Floyd and his family. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would just say a word for the family of David Souls. His family down in Cruces are a phenomenal group of public servants. And his dad, a great inventor, his sister, a brilliant public advocate on energy, power, renewable resources. His other brother, a state senator. It's a family of very emblematic of the kind of folks who are New Mexico. And his passing was sudden and unexpected and is a real loss. And my personal thoughts go to his family as well because of the amazing group they are and all they contribute to New Mexico. We miss him and we wish his family well. Anyone else at this time? Let's take a minute of silence for all we just remembered and for those who have been victims of COVID and other factors of the pandemic of the last year. Thank you, everybody. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Weber.
I am present.
All right. Counselor Beta.
Here.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez. Here. Counselor Garcia.
Present.
Counselor Landell.
I'm here.
Counselor Rivera.
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth.
I'm here.
Counselor Vigil Coppler.
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Before we get to approving the agenda, there's some adjustments I'd like to make to it. There was an item placed on here that is a redundancy involving resolution for the housing plan that is actually coming through the committee process and should not be on the agenda tonight. So I'd like to strike that item in its entirety, and it will come through the ordinary order of business. And I would like to entertain a motion to postpone the streetlight conversion contract for 2 weeks so that we can pick it up 2 weeks from tonight at our next council meeting and provide some additional information about the terms of that contract rather than trying to deal with it tonight. So if I could get a motion to postpone that item G for 2 weeks.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve as amended and a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there discussion? Can we call the roll on that?
No.
Yes. Counselor Beta.
Yes.
No.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Sorry. Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Vigil Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Can we get those who wish to take something off of the consent calendar? Could you signify, raise your hand, I'll call on you and we can go through that now. Councilor Vigil Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions on item A.
Item A is on the consent calendar. Very good. Anyone, thank you. I got that, Councilor. I have that noted. Others who wish to remove things now from the consent calendar. Councilor Garcia, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item C is in cat.
Thank you, sir. Are there others who wish to remove something from the consent calendar? If not, oh, Councilor Rivera, I see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Item M briefly. M is in Mary.
Item M. I see that. Thank you. Are there others then? Okay, if that is those are the items from the consent calendar to be removed, can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
Move to approve
Move
as
to-
amended.
Councillor Vihel Coppler has moved to approve it as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Councillor Garcia has seconded it. If there's no discussion, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
The consent agenda has been approved as amended.
Thank you. Item 8 on our agenda is approval of minutes from the regular governing body meeting of March 10, 2021. Are there changes or additions, improvements to those minutes that anyone would like to propose at this time?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve from Councilor Lindell. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, could the clerk please call?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Thank you. We move then, for those who are following at home, to item number 9. And we begin with our regular presentation that has become part of the council agenda, a COVID-19 update from the city manager and our interim emergency management director. City manager, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. And I want to acknowledge Kira is out today. It is also her birthday. So I would like to give her a special shout out for her birthday. And that's why there's different names on the agenda. Couple updates since our last one. Obviously, everyone's very well aware. We've turned turquoise. We'll spend some time later in the agenda walking through our latest emergency proclamation. The other big piece that continues to evolve is the vaccination rollout. DOH announced today that anyone over the age of 18 is now eligible to receive a vaccine. So I think we are officially crossing the threshold to have enough vaccine to start getting so anyone who wants it has access to get a shot, and we're really working really hard to make sure that happens. So our staff are eligible, any individual. So please make sure anyone you know is registered on the DOH site. There's all sorts of different angles and vehicles for getting those shots. And as we said last week, as the leaders keep saying, we're in a race between the vaccination and the variants. Kids go back to school on the 6th. And again, we are also, after I was very pleased to report 2 weeks ago, we'd gone 21 days without a case. And this week, as of today, we've seen 4 cases amongst city employees. So it's not over. It requires our deepest, most strict vigilance. That's why we wear masks. It's why we stay 6 feet apart. It's all going good, but all it takes is one case and one outbreak, and a department has to shut down or otherwise. So we are being very vigilant, very methodical, very thoughtful about ways in which we reopen. That is, so that's pretty much the report. You'll see in the report, again, reflecting our low numbers, response time. But with that, I think we'll spend more time talking about the emergency proclamation later in the agenda. And so with that, we will stand for any questions.
Counselor, I see a hand from Counselor Garcia. I see a hand from Counselor Cassett Sanchez. Let's go in that order then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much for the report, Jarrell. I really appreciate it. I'm coming with a question from our BPAC committee in regards to, they want to know when we might be able to meet in person. So with that being said, do we have a plan and process where now that folks are beginning to become vaccinated, we can enter into a hybrid process where not only can our subcommittees, but meetings such as this, we can potentially meet in a place like the convention center where we can meet in person, be safe, socially distanced, but then for those folks that haven't been vaccinated yet, feel a little more comfortable participating from a distance. So I didn't know where we were in that planning process, but I told them that I'd ask, and here we are.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor Garcia, for the question. So we are engaged in a reopening, return to work planning process. The way I'm viewing it is that really this next proclamation, this next 60 days is that window in which we're doing those plans, because we also got to make sure that we stay turquoise, that all of the steps that we're seeing happening across our city, we can keep it where we are. So we are starting the planning process. We will, I'm not going to commit, not able to commit to a date at this time, but there are instances where, in-person meetings are going to be possible. But I think it's also, I think most people have expressed that there is a value to some of the hybrid, and it does allow for different levels of engagement and participation that we don't want to lose either. So it's really finding the balancing act of both. And Aaron, did you want to clarify my?
I just wanted to jump in with some additional. So I think one thing to keep in mind is currently masks would be required. So whether or not that's something the governing body is interested in doing or thinks would be feasible. So basically, difficult or impossible is the barrier for whether or not we can meet remotely. I think wearing masks is a potential difficulty for having a meeting, but I would be interested in feedback from the counselors on that point.
I don't think you'd have a challenge with any of the governing body members wearing a mask in person. We saw our legislators do it for 60 days. And if we can do it once a week or 3 times a week, whatever it takes for us to meet in person, I can definitely commit to that. And so,
it's not, I'm sorry, I wasn't suggesting, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, that anyone would not wear a mask, but just whether or not that would impede your ability to communicate, and just a question for all of you. Yeah.
Okay. I could answer no. I'm ready to rock and roll. Mask on.
It's also about the public and if they could understand a meeting while we're masked, if we're videoed, if we don't allow them in the public. So I think it's a really important working group conversation, and very, very much interested in you all's individual feedback and the feedbacks that you're hearing from your constituents about how our next phase of public meetings should be.
Thank you, Councilor.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, no other questions. Thank you for the update. I appreciate it.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for lowering my hand for me, whoever did that. Thanks. I have a question for Chief Padilla. I know many of us have been getting a lot of feedback, and I've been getting a lot of feedback from people around downtown as more tourists are coming in, regarding people not being masked, and as more things are opening up, and complaints about being on the plaza or being on Canyon Road, and just a lot of unmasked people. And I'm curious about what the response is looking like to that from PD.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, it's based upon officer availability. If the area officer that's assigned to those areas is available and a call comes into the dispatch center of a report of someone on one of those roadways not wearing a face covering, they'll be able to respond if they're nearby. But if they're tied up on another call for service, they're going to be tied up on that calls for service. So just as we've dealt with these COVID calls, they may pen for minutes or hours on end. The pedal bike officers are reassigned to another impact team to address youth violence. And they just wrapped up 30 days of it. They're set for another 30 days. So that pedal bike team is scheduled to return to the plaza in May.
Okay, and so when they return, that'll be another opportunity for us to be looking at tourists. I think the other part of this that I want to make sure that we are on top of is, I don't believe Mr. Randall is here. This is probably a question for him. So Jarrell, I'll hand it off to you. Is the education piece as other states are lifting up mask mandates of making sure, oh, hi, Randy, of making sure that people that are coming into our community understand that masking is still absolutely required here. It is still the law of our land. And how are we getting that information out?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, thank you for asking that question. We're trying to reinforce with our hotels the importance of informing our guests as they're staying in those hotels about the need for masks. We're putting masks back in our visitor centers to make them available to our visitors if they come in, so that the cost of a $2 mask is not a reason for not wearing one. And I think we're going to step up some signage. I just got back from a work at home trip up to Breckenridge, and they had a lot of signage around their downtown area. Of course, they've got a large volume of skiers up there right now, but they had a lot of signage up there that said, love this place, cover your face. And it was a really clever way that they were communicating the importance of mask wearing. And I was absolutely amazed that I don't think I saw more than 1 or 2 people without masks during that week I was up there. So I think we need to use some of our recovery funds to step up that signage that we have in the more commonly placed places that our visitors go. We can't just rely on the enforcement side from police. We've got to increase the awareness side that we provide through the city.
Thank you for that, Mr. Randall. Yes, I would really appreciate that. I know that we are, we're at this point where everything feels a lot better, and I'm hoping that we keep trending in that direction, but we have new variants coming in. We still don't fully understand what being vaccinated means in terms of ability to spread. And so we are not out of our masked life yet. And I really want to make sure that we continue to protect our community as people come to visit, which we also need for our businesses and for our economy, but the first priority is making sure that our community is safe. So thank you. I would absolutely appreciate as we step up some of the education as well as how we continue to look at enforcement moving forward. I have a question about employee testing for COVID. I believe that'll be best under the emergency proclamation, correct? Okay. And then vaccinations, as we are now having more of those available, I'm curious about how we are, again, making sure that our staff are vaccinated, what resources we're providing for them so that they can get vaccinated. You don't usually have a choice of time and sometimes not a choice of place. I had a friend tell me today that he has to drive to Clovis for his vaccine is after he got his event code, actually. So I just wanted to get a bit more information on how we are supporting our staff and being able to get vaccinated as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Counselor, for the question. I think we can, it's ongoing conversations. The announcement just came today that everybody's now has access to the shot, but we are working on it. When public safety first was allowed to get their shots, we had allowed some administrative time. It gets complicated given that all of our staff are in various different states of it. But we're actively pushing it and open to any and all, again, suggestions on how best to ensure that we're getting maximum compliance.
Wonderful. I'm happy to hear that we're looking at administrative time and those pieces. So if we can just continue to get updates on what that'll look like as those plans are developed, I would greatly appreciate that. And then we'll talk about testing for the emergency proclamation. So we'll chat then. Those are my questions for now. Thank you. Oh, wait, I appreciated the updated PPE chart. I liked how it was easier to read. So whoever did that, thank you.
City Manager, was there something you were going to say, or did you?
Our city clerk has more information on some downtown advertisement if you would like to hear that.
Madam Clerk?
Sure. Mayor, Councilor Cassett-Sanchez, I did just want to let you know that the Arts Commission and our Arts and Culture Department is working on some temporary art installations on the plaza that highlight the importance of wearing your mask in our community. And then we're also working on a campaign that will be both visual, social media, and then also downtown posters that are a campaign called I Wear My Mask For. And it's going to feature residents and nation of art in the plaza. Will be done, I think, in the next 2 weeks. I'll keep you all posted, and we plan on doing a little video release on that when it's done. And then hopefully we'll have all of our governing.
So need them. I think, Councilor Rivera, you've noted in the past some of the stockpiling we've got, and Brian's working hard to get the material, the safety material, out to where it can do the most good. So he is very much on the job. Yourself, for talking all about what you're doing with the mask distribution. I think it is a subject of interest.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity. This is my first opportunity before the governing body. Operation Face Mask is moving along swimmingly. Folks will start coming over and picking up their face masks for public distribution starting tomorrow. That will primarily start with getting it out to the libraries, to the rec centers, and then we are distributing cases of masks to all of the departments to ensure that anyone that has contact with the public, they've got a package of masks that they can give out as needed.
Any questions about, I had not heard the formal title, Brian, Operation Face Mask. Thank you for sharing. Any questions for Brian? Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everybody, for pitching in on this COVID update. We are not out of the woods. As City Manager noted, there are spikes going on around the world and in the United States, and we have to be vigilant. That brings us to the next presentation, information briefing, item B. Do you want to introduce that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I can. Item 9B is the Economic Development Department overview of the Midtown Biweekly Development Update Report. The presentation topic for today is the RFEI solicitation next steps. Our Community and Economic Development Director, Rich Brown, is available for the presentation, as well as Andrea Salazar, our Assistant City Attorney, and Daniel Hernandez, our Project Director.
Mr. Brown, I assume you will lead things off.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to the full governing body. I just wanted to make a brief preamble before we move into our presentation and take your questions. We're here tonight to thoughtfully discuss the next steps of our process for Midtown development. In your packet was a memo that I sent outlining our decision to cancel the full RFEI process with both an action plan and a detailed memo outlining the who, what, and when of how it would work. Since mid-January, we've come to this body to provide updates on the progress of our interdepartmental efforts. We all recognize that this is a pivotal moment in our development process and plans. This process, which has been led through my office, has brought to us to the point where we have the opportunity to take control of the incremental zoning, the infrastructure, the planning development, also that will allow us to increase this property's land value and re-engage through future solicitations that will be put in front of you for review and approval with master development, master lease, and or other tenant prospects. What I want to make clear is that this RFEI cancellation does not mean that the city staff is taking on the role of master developer, nor that we would not have an opportunity to entertain disposition and development proposals for an ultimate master plan. This is about building a framework to increase land value and provide next steps in the disposition and master development process. And lastly, we may not have all the answers that you need or can provide tonight. This, again, will be an iterative process, and we will be coming to you every 2 weeks with updates, and we hope that we can address them as we move forward over the next couple of weeks. And so with that, we'll follow is a presentation that Daniel, myself, and Andrea will take you through, and it'll be about elements of the memo and what to expect in the next steps. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I'm going to have Daniel sort of take us through the pieces, and then we can open it up for Q&A. So I appreciate your attention, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss this.
Thanks, Rich, for the introduction, and good evening, Mayor and City Councilors and City staff. Thanks for the opportunity to make this presentation. As Rich said, this is a pivotal moment, and we have all been receiving lots of comments with ideas and thoughts and strategies for moving forward. But we want to present to you tonight the work that has really been underway for the past few months. Rich, go to the next slide.
Sure, 1 second.
So how did we get here? So as everyone remembers, you know, we had been involved in this RFEI solicitation that the city issued. We identified a master developer through that process. We worked with him over the course of several months. And in January, there was a mutual agreement with the master developer to withdraw from that process. In February, Rich, city manager, staff, and the mayor all coordinated together to create this interdepartmental, multidisciplinary approach to figuring out what to do next. And it was very intentional to make sure that we weren't getting just singular perspectives on how to redevelop the parcel, but thinking about an interdisciplinary, effective way of moving forward. So all of that work is culminating now, and we've put together the memo that you received this last week. We've spoken to many of you about that memo. But tonight, we're just going to give you a very brief summary so that we keep the public updated for the steps moving forward. Rich, next slide. So what do we do now? We know that part of the strength of what we realized and want to acknowledge to the public today is that we want to act with a lot of local knowledge and experience. We want to position the site to reduce the development risks, the uncertainties and the development challenges that we identified together with the previous master developer, issues that we knew about walking into that process. We hope that we would be able to collaborate in resolving and overcoming those issues. But COVID created an unprecedented moment where the investment risk the developer was unwilling to take a future investment risk. We want to position the city to lead, to be able to act locally and maximize community development benefits. We know that the public has many ideas and aspirations for the site. We want the city to be in the position to lead and analyze those to make sure that they're feasible and implementable. We want to position the development so that it can happen in smaller, in an incremental way, so that we don't have to take on the bigger challenge of thinking of this as happening all at one time, but they can happen over time so that we make decisions along the way. We can be flexible and responsive to the market and to evolving community needs as they unfold into the future for Midtown. We want to work with local knowledge and experience, meaning that we want to open up the opportunities for stronger participation with local planners, developers, and businesses who have all expressed interest in participating in the redevelopment of Midtown. We now have the opportunity to take control and lead a more focused public engagement process with really zeroing in on zoning, land use, and development planning. We started at that conceptual level, and now let's take it down to the implementation and development planning level. We also know that in order to do this, we want to increase staff capacity by establishing an internal project manager who is understanding, who has experience in the local development and planning process. So we'll be doing that as well. Next slide. Why are we doing this level of investment? I want to bring everyone back, primarily the public, because the City Council is well aware of this, that we have clear goals that have been established in 2018 that were approved through a resolution and documented in the Midtown Planning Guidelines, which included a series of development goals, meaning the uses that we want to see there from higher education, housing choices, film and multimedia industry, arts and culture, community arts and culture as a driving force, and entrepreneurial technology and innovation. All of these are moving forward. We know that these are priorities still. Again, the next level of engagement will be really analyzing these at further levels about training for Santa Feans, job creation at Midtown for people in Santa Fe to work there, and educational opportunities that stay, so that people stay and work in Santa Fe. We also know that the city has particular goals, particularly around reducing operating budgets or burdens that are currently at the site, like the bond repayment. We want to also focus on creating value at the site so that we're in a better position to negotiate the community development objectives that we hear continually from the public. And we know that the public finally, and their goals are, they want a robust public engagement process. They don't anticipate that it ends with just a few high aspirational things, but they want to be able to talk about and think about ways that the site actually is for them now and into the future. And that takes ongoing conversations with the public. And finally, we all aspire to a 2020, 21st century development that's sustainable and equitable and welcoming for the folks and communities of Santa Fe. Next slide. But we know in order to position cities for these kinds of development, we have to invest. We know that there's been ongoing investment. We hear that there's an operating burden that's generated by the public, by the site. But we also know that if we just immediately sell this property, that we reduce our opportunity to achieve those goals. And so we're trying to set this, we are setting this project up, this development up, so that we can make incremental decisions along the way. We don't have to decide right now that we're going to invest fully, but we can make these decisions along the way. But we have a proposal for the ways that we have a strategy for the way that we would move forward within the next 12, 14, 16 months to be able to achieve some of those development goals. And we can make these decisions moving forward, again, in collaboration with the City Council and with the public input. Next slide. So what are those next steps? So I'm just going to list them. We can talk about them, we can ask questions, and they will also be discussed into the future over the summer in a series of presentations that we'll be making before the City Council for the public. And also it's part of the agenda of the public engagement process. So what are we going to do? We are going to rezone the property. We are going to create a comprehensive planning framework and infrastructure plan. We are going to prepare the site for early development projects, starting within the next 12, 14 months and bringing in our developer partners to do that. Why are we doing these particular steps? Because we want to use existing buildings for community purposes. We've heard from the public about existing buildings and how they can be repurposed, rehabilitated, and reused for community objectives. We want to expand the Garson Studios into a premier studio and film school complex. We want to identify parcels for affordable and mixed income housing. And we want to proceed with future incremental development phases and solicitations. And those future solicitations, we can make choices about that, whether we maybe want to go out for a large scale developer or just project developers for individual parcels. And we can determine that together with the public and the City Council in the way that we dispose of the property and develop the property over time. So all of these steps add up to a whole new rethinking about the way that we would proceed, meaning with the RFEI, meaning that we will be terminating the RFEI solicitation in its entirety so that we can begin moving forward with these next steps. Rich, next slide.
Yep.
So we know there's questions. We want to open up for City Council comment and questions, and this is not the final time to ask questions because we know that each one of these provokes additional thoughts and questions. And like I said, we will be presenting to City Council over the course of the summer, through the spring, summer, and fall on all of these topics so that we get more into the details as we move forward. So we also want to encourage you to visit these websites to learn more about, one, the Midtown District in Santa Fe, and the second one, Culture Connects, is the website that was set up by the Design and Planning Assistance Center at UNM, who is our contractor for public engagement. So thank you.
Thank you. Rich, anything else before we go to the council members whose hands are up?
No, I think that's it. I think Daniel's just provided you an overview. As I said, we are not portraying ourselves as master developers, and that this is an iterative process. We will be coming to you every 2 weeks to review the progress on all the categories that we spoke about in that strategic tactics team, and that the city council will have ample opportunity to review all of any contracts, approvals, RFPs, et cetera, as we make it through this process. So with the cancellation of the RFEI, it provides the flexibility for us to come to you and to the public to look at what happens next as we make through our way to the development of the parcel. So I think Andrea from my legal department's here too, but so we're open for questions, and thank you very much.
Great, thanks. We have a bunch of hands that are up, so let's move from one to the next. Councilor Casas Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rich, Daniel, Andrea, for being here. I know that this has been a difficult decision. I am in favor of moving forward with doing away with the RFEI. I think that it does allow some flexibility here and really does allow us to, as was mentioned, really engage the community, respond to the community, have that iterative process. I think that that is very important. I do understand that there is concerns from the community about time, from some, of my colleagues about time and dollars. And I can absolutely appreciate that, and looking at how we move forward and trying to balance being expeditious, but also being really responsive and being really thorough and really looking at what this opportunity is. I said this with a meeting with Rich earlier, that when I'm looking at this and when I'm looking, this phrase is on my mind because of budget season right now, but I always try to think of it expenditures versus investments, and what that means for Midtown, and really looking at this as an investment. I do have a few questions. One has to do with the canceling of the RFEI. There are partners, whether they were from the master developer, there's all those different levels that I will not pretend that I remember all of them. But there were partners in there that we would probably still really want to engage, that have put a lot of work in, that there was a lot of value, and that I believe reflected a lot of the community desires and needs. And we will continue to get more information to see if that is still in alignment. And does this close the door on our ability to work with them in the future?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casas Sanchez, thank you for the question. No, it does not. This cancellation actually then allows us to what we call re-engage them as we make it through the instrumental stages of the planning, the zoning, the infrastructure. Once we get to the place where we're saying it's time for a phasing and master development, all these proposals, local, regional, et cetera, can come back to the table and respond to contracts or development needs that we have. Housing, film studio, use of the library, use of the entertainment center, et cetera, et cetera. So those proposals will, and those proposers will have an opportunity to be re-engaged with us as we make it to the next steps.
Wonderful. And then in terms of I know it takes a lot of time to put together a proposal. I'm assuming they'll have to resubmit. Will they be able to pretty much utilize their old proposals? Is that a question we can't quite answer yet, because it depends on what the RFP looks like?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I can't answer that question fully, but I think they can resubmit based upon what we learned. As I said, we'll be here every 2 weeks, so the public and the council and our team will be able to express what's happening. So they will be able to monitor progress as we make it, and be able to be, I guess, nimble enough to understand whether what they submitted originally really is the same, and they can just resubmit that proposal from that standpoint.
Yeah, that's very important. I know, again, there were some partners that had submitted that were part of the KDCC and a team that were part of some of the other teams that I really want to make sure that we are still engaging with them, as these are valuable local partners. These are the people that we want to see really on this property and bringing their services to the community. I know some of these questions we'll have an opportunity to discuss in more detail. I just had some initial questions. Understanding the process and looking at the memo that we got regarding zoning, and Councilwoman Villarreal brought this up as well earlier in our meeting about the use of a contractor to take us through the rezoning process, as opposed to as a governing body saying, hey, we know that C2 is where we want to go. And why would we do a contractor as opposed to a resolution from council directing staff to do this process? And Eli, I see you're on there, so I assume this question is for you.
Good question.
Yes, before Eli speaks up, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Council Casas-Sanchez, I do want Eli, and thank Eli for coming tonight, and he can definitely answer this question, but I also want to expand upon what your question was, is that, as I said in my preamble, that we are looking for, in our presentation, that we're looking for having a local sort of a project manager come on board. That person may be able to help with that, specifically for that, but Eli's team can speak to you about the zoning process, how big it is, how small it is, what the capacity is, et cetera. But this notion of bringing on a local project manager, that role would be partially played by that, or if not fully played by that. So I'd ask Mr. Isaacson to express a little bit further.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casas-Sanchez, other members of the council. We also have Sally Paez here with us tonight as well, and she can also speak to this. You're absolutely correct that the code does allow for the governing body to issue a resolution directing staff to rezone a property, and we could do that. I think the recommendation from the team is that, in the spirit of trying to achieve as much transparency as possible, is to not use staff to be the sort of advocate and the approving agency on the rezoning of this property, but instead to bring in a third party to act as applicant, to keep those roles clearly defined and unmuddy the waters as much as possible moving forward on the question about rezoning of this property. And so that's the recommendation. As Rich mentioned, this sort of local project manager would be an ideal applicant to lead that effort. But if it's the pleasure of the council, we certainly could take the resolution route and have staff lead that effort. So both options are there, but it's the recommendation to go ahead with an outside applicant on this process.
I saw that Sally's hand popped up, so I was gonna hold off to see if she had something to speak to this.
Sorry, Sally or Andrea or City Attorney, did any of you want to weigh in on the legal, any legal implications that may have been suggested by Eli? Sally, your hand is up. Why don't you take the floor?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Casas-Sanchez, members of the council. I just wanted to add a little more nuance to what Eli just said. And I think it's important for to kind of keep, if possible, the roles of advocate and proponent a little bit separate from the reviewers in the land use department, because normally what we have is we have somebody presenting a project, we have careful review by our staff in the land use department, and then we have the first step to a rezoning is going to be a trip to the planning commission, and they're used to receiving an objective analysis from land use department staff, making a recommendation about whether the proposal meets the criteria in the code. And so, although this is of course a city project and we would want to do it in the interest of the public, we still have the same process that we need to follow and the same criteria that we have to meet. And so I think from the perspective of the planning commission process, it makes more sense to have, you know, just sort of a differentiation of those roles. And I think it would probably be more comfortable for them to feel less like there's a bit of a conflict, because these are their regular land use experts and advisors coming forward and recommending projects, and the exact same person. I think that's challenging. So I think another alternative that could be explored in addition to an outside contractor might be a city project manager who's not one of the regular land use department presenters who tends to analyze these projects and take them through the process. So I think that might be another potential way to proceed if we didn't want to do this through an agent. So I just wanted to add that little bit of nuance, and I'm happy to answer any more questions if anyone wants to call on me.
Thank you. Councilor
both.
Sanchez, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rich, you mentioned the project manager. You said an internal Midtown project manager. And would that be an internal permanent city staff member? Would that be a contractor? We're kind of talking about this person in a few different potential ways that they would be brought in. Can you provide more information there if you have it?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Sanchez, Councilor Sanchez, I still need to come to the governing body of the budget session to get money if I'm going to make it an internal person. We did receive $1 million capital outlay, and I don't know whether that could be used for the project manager, but I am making those steps forward so that when I look at the budget for economic development, that I can possibly add in an internal staff member under my purview that would come there. But there is another option of looking outside. There are some very well-qualified project managers here in the city of Santa Fe, but it may be an internal person that's with us, you know, inside the baseball field in the dugout, so to speak. So that's kind of where we would be.
I appreciate the baseball analogy as well. Sorry, so popping back to a little bit of zoning questions that I have. So part of the reason that we'd want to do C2 is to look at the link overlay. And I know that there are some advantages to that. Rich, you had mentioned to me in our meeting earlier. Can you outline those again for me or in a bit more detail?
Yes, I'm going to ask Daniel if he could also express that, because you're looking for the advantages of the flexibility of outsourcing. I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, with moving to C2 and how that interplays with the link overlay.
Yes, yes. I think both Daniel and Eli and Andrea could really enlighten you from that standpoint. The bigger benefit is that it allows us to take advantage of the Midtown link, but either one of those folks could give you expert advice on it.
I think Eli's our man front and center on this.
Yes.
Eli, do you want to speak to the C2 or other options for zoning? I think we don't want to get ourselves in a position where we're on the record of prejudging this.
Right.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Cassett-Sanchez. So there are other commercial zoning designations. Right now, the Midtown campus is zoned R5, and that really limits the types of projects that can happen on the Midtown site, and also limits the types of qualifying projects that can happen on the Midtown site. C2, which has been discussed tonight, has the most sort of comprehensive list of uses that are included in the Midtown Links list of qualifying projects. And so to really sort of unlock the advantages of that overlay district requires a fairly permissive commercial underlying zoning designation. And so that is the idea behind rezoning the property from its current R5, a residential 5 zoning designation, to a fairly high intensity commercial zoning designation to really leverage the link overlay to get us the types of projects we want and spur the type of development we're hoping to see.
Is that helpful?
Yes, that was helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. And it kind of comes to a follow-up question, which is understanding again, and I think this is something that we frequently talk about, is the interplay between the community engagement and how we bring in the community engagement and where our opportunities are to, as you mentioned, if we rezone to something that has such a open door, how we start to limit that based on what the community is telling us they do and do not want on this property. My understanding is there's a couple opportunities for this. There's within the zoning, we can put in restrictions. And then there's also the idea of if we were to do master plans, that puts in restrictions. And in terms of this, you know, again, might be a conversation that is better had more in depth, but something that I want to make sure that we're thinking about is in terms of really getting the feedback from the community and how that timeline, how all these timelines occur. And again, this balance between the longer we take, you know, money out the door, but also really making sure that we are taking the time and that we need to get the proper community engagement, community feedback, and do the work at the city. So I'm curious if there are thoughts on that at the moment, or if this is just something that we continue to think about as we move forward in that incremental fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casas Sanchez. So I think our next scheduled meeting to talk about Midtown is scheduled for April 14th. And that's really going to be a land use focused conversation. And I think that we'll definitely have an opportunity in that discussion to get into more of the details of the mechanics of how we achieve some of the things that you were just talking about. But I think we can sort of, a concept that sort of came out of the charrette that we did late last year was this notion of sort of a wedding cake, where at the bottom of the wedding cake in the largest layer, you have the C2 zoning or some commercial zoning. Then you have the link overlay district, which is a little more restrictive and outlines uses that aren't allowed, even though they might be allowed under the underlying zoning. And then on top of that, you have the most restrictive master plan, which really outlines what are the allowable uses on the Midtown campus. And so that is the process by which we sort of direct land uses on the campus to what is really seen as desirable to the community. And that public engagement process around master planning is where that dialogue happens, and how we sort of capture those ideas and those values and principles and carry them through to the eventual development of the site.
Okay, thank you, Eli. I'll wait to get into the weeds until April 14th. You know how much I really love to do that. So the other things that I want to just make sure that we're thinking about, that I have concerns about. I know there's been a lot of discussion about access to the property. There's discussions with MPO about, looking at multimodal access to the property. And one of the concerns that I've received from my district, obviously Midtown sits in my district, as well as the surrounding neighborhoods, is what this means for parking for them. And this concern that there will be people parking on their streets, trying to get into Midtown. And I don't know when that's part of our more in-depth conversation, but that is something that I want to make sure that we do have a wider discussion on, and that we're looking at, as I've heard it from quite a few people that are close to that area. And then the other one that I believe we'll get a deeper dive on is financing options. And I know that financing was one of those pieces that we didn't really have as much information on. And so when can we expect to really get a lot more information on financing? Because that's a big piece of this.
Rich?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casas Sanchez, I don't know the exact date of that public-private financing. It is on our agenda for our biweekly progress reports. We will have a presentation on that. So I need to get back to you on the exact date, but it's on our calendar. Maybe Daniel knows it from his schedule on his wall, but we are going to talk about public-private financing and the options that go with it.
Daniel, do you have the date at your fingertips?
I will. I'll find it before this conversation ends, I promise.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe those are all my questions for this evening, so I will yield the camera for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Abeyta, your hand was up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Casas Sanchez actually asked a lot of the questions, but I also support canceling the RFEI. I think this does put it back in our hands, which is going to be important as we move forward, especially as we do look at different financing options that are going to require ultimately the public to approve of that. I think breaking it down into these 9 categories makes it much easier for us to follow along and to participate. I think while the master developer RFEI didn't work out, we did learn a lot, which puts us in a much better position to actually move forward with developing the property. And so those are the comments I have for now, Mayor. Thank you to the staff. I know this has been a long process and has taken a lot of work, and I commend you for, again, taking it and putting it in a format and in 9 categories that I think we can all understand and follow now. Thank you, Mayor.
Counselor, thank you. Counselor Garcia, your hand was up next. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the team for the thorough update. I really appreciate it. I think this is the kind of avenue I had hoped we'd go down all along, in the sense of us taking those incremental steps in developing the property, letting the public participate in the process, and really show how we can turn this gem into a gem of not only the city, but of hopefully the Southwest. So with that, I'm glad we went down that route. But I know that months ago we were presented that today we were going to have the 3-option decision discussion type of thing. And it does bring about concerns to me, in the sense that the way this was initially proposed to the governing body was that we were going to have the opportunity to make the decision and what the future beheld for this property. This is going to be a significant investment for the city. This is going to take millions of dollars. As we've mentioned, there's going to be contractors hired to rezone the property. We've got to hire new staff to be the project lead. And then all the other investments that are going to need to be taken, whether it's demolition of buildings, upgrading of buildings, upgrading of infrastructure. So with that being said, I think we're setting a very dangerous precedent by not formally adopting the next steps by the governing body. I think we should be taking that step, in the sense that if this is going to be the type of actions, what's going to stop in the future from the governing body not requiring approval for anything? And I think ultimately that was what this process was presented to us in that manner. So I do feel a little left out in that sense, even though it ended up in the favor that I had hoped we would go. I would have hoped that there would have been that option, in that sense, A, B, or C, the way it was presented to us from the get-go. So I guess my question to staff is, has there ever been a significant investment like this that's going to cost millions of dollars that did not require governing body approval?
Mr. Mayor, good evening, Councilor Garcia. I think I'd saying that in our, I think it was the February 14th meeting, we had a presentation where we put up 2 resolutions from 2017 to 2018 that talked about the responsibility of the governing body and the master development ultimate goal. So in that 2018 resolution, it talks about the ultimate goal being master development through the governing body approval. And so as we cancel this RFEI, because it is a procurement, and as the procurement manager, it is my responsibility as procurement manager to pick and choose from that standpoint, from the standpoint of the RFEI and what the next steps are. I can't go any further. I can't go any further in any other incremental steps unless I come back to you and the public for review and approval. So you will not be excluded, or any of the councilors will be excluded from any development, investment, et cetera, in this process. This is just to cancel the procurement so that we can bring it to you for an interim review of what we're doing that has your review and an approval in that process. So the slide that we had today may have looked like it was a binary decision of sell the land or move it forward. In the resolution, there is a opportunity for the council to submit a resolution to sell the land. But the resolution says that you have to make it through a master development process in order to get to your goals that are set forth. So I would ask Andrea or our city attorney to maybe enlighten me if I've gone the wrong direction, but you will still have all opportunity with this decision to make review and approval decisions on anything that may come from our tactics team, from our incremental work that we're doing, our iterative work, our zoning, et cetera, so that it is not being done in the dark.
And I appreciate that, Rich. And I think the point at hand was the canceling of the RFEI. And while I think the majority of us probably would have went down that route, I still think that requires an investment, because if once that gets canceled, there has to be that commitment to what the next steps entail. And so with that being said, we didn't really get briefed on conversations that staff might have had with any of the other applicants in regards to how those conversations went with the applicants, what their thoughts were. Were they willing to move forward with the RFEI process? So were any of the current applicants besides KDC Sienda contacted, and how did those conversations go, and did they still express interest in the RFEI process?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I don't know whether I can discuss in public the procurement process for proposals. And so I'm going to ask the legal person if I can, or if they can sort of talk about that part of the process. We may have to go to an executive session to sort of talk about the proposal strategy, conversations, et cetera. So I'm unclear. I don't have the answer for you. So I'm asking the legal people to maybe.
Understandable.
Aaron, you've unmuted yourself, Aaron. Do you want to provide guidance on that, please?
Mayor Weber, Rich, as one of the legal people on the call.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. So in terms of, we can't talk about the proposals themselves, but I think we can say whether or not they were contacted and what their responses were.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We have contacted every one of our proposers and received a response from the master development side of which the proposals were to be not discarded, I would say, but that they were not interested in moving forward, or they were interested in moving forward in the RFEI process. So we did contact everyone, all of them that had proposed, not just the master developers, but every single proposers, and let them know what our steps were and what our process is and what our decisions were. And so I did receive responses back from some of the proposers, and so that has happened. While I know that some proposers have sent responses to the press, to the governing body, to other folks, that is a part of the process of our decision from the evaluation committee to me, the procurement manager, and to the city manager as to the decision of what we're going to move forward. And that was the basis of my memo.
Okay, so did any of the applicants express interest in moving forward with the RFEI process? And if yes, why did we not explore those opportunities?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I don't know whether I'm at liberty to talk about decisions on the proposal. I don't know.
Mayor Weber, Director Brown, we can say whether people were still interested. And then to the extent that any of the reasons for canceling the RFEI were not related to the proposals, which your memo does not relate it to the proposals, it relates it to other reasons. You can describe those reasons.
Yeah, so we reached out to the proposers, as I said, and we did not get into a negotiated process with any of our proposals about whether or not we were moving forward with their proposals. We have all the evaluations from our committee from all that we received, and that we had, based upon our 9 months of work, have come to the decision that this was the next step in our process, and it is an RFEI procurement process. And so we decided, and I decided with the city manager, to move forward without a proposer, but keeping in mind that canceling this RFEI process does not preclude any of those proposers, any of them, from coming back with a proposal or using the proposal that they might have submitted already to come to us for the next phase. So it does not cancel the proposal idea that they may have submitted. It just means that we've canceled the RFEI process. And then in our iterative goals that we're working toward, they will have an opportunity, hopefully, as we go out, to come back again. So no one has been excluded, so to speak, from ever seeing an opportunity to develop the Midtown campus. It just means that the process for the RFEI has been closed.
But to clarify, Rich, because I'm still not getting an answer to the question, did any of the applicants express interest in moving forward with the RFEI process? The applicants that were not KDC Sienda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, yes, they did. They did. Yes.
Okay, see, because I think there's a big difference between what you're explaining in regards to the next steps, which is working with us to develop the property versus having applicant be the sole developer, to have the exclusive agreement that KDC Sienda had. And I think there's that big difference. And I think that's where we get into the nuts.
Oops, we've lost your audio.
We lost the microphone, Councilor Garcia. Can you double check? You're not muted, but you're not coming through clearly. Can't hear you, sir.
Nope, still can't hear you.
You're on mute now, and you're unmuted now. Try again. Small technological glitch.
We lost him.
I think he's going to come back in as a way of trying to reboot. We should probably tell everybody on this call and at this meeting that if there is a technology problem and we do have to end the meeting, we can all come back in and we'll reboot it at any time so that anything that goes wrong can and will be fixed. Counselor, can we hear you now?
I don't know. Test,
Yes.
test.
Yes,
Okay.
clear and loud and clear, sir.
Good old technology. I mean, brings point. Can't wait to those days where we can have hybrid and we don't have to, am I on mute? Am I not on mute situations? But the point I was trying to make was that if we explored the opportunity, because it could have saved us potentially millions of dollars, like I said, which this investment sounds like it's going to take it at minimum to develop the property on our own. And I want to ensure that we're developing the property to the best it can be, working with the community to do so, but also ensuring that we're utilizing the city resources to the best we can. And so I guess that was where I was trying to go with that. But I do appreciate the information. I look forward to the future presentations because this is going to be a huge lift for everybody now that we're taking the ball back in our court. And I think that we need to do everything we can to engage not only the community, but local developers, folks that want to be part of the process, and ensure that as we're moving forward, we're doing it collaboratively, collectively, and in a manner that's going to ultimately put the city in a better position. But thank you again, Rich, and that's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand was up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, staff, for meeting with us and answering questions ahead of this, even though it seems like this is still going on and long for you all, but it's okay. I just wanted to say I was supportive of the direction that we're heading with canceling the RFEI. I guess in my opinion, the RFEI was not an optimal model. It was confusing to the process. It was confusing to the public. I think it was confusing to some of the master developers, and I don't feel like it ever really clarified how the community engagement portion would be incorporated and prioritized. So I'm hopeful about this next direction, and I just want to reiterate that it was my request to hire a project manager to support staff, that specific focus will be the Midtown property. And it's not that I don't think that Sam Burnett has done a great job. I think he has. I think there's just a lot he has to cover beyond just Midtown. So, and also Sean Moody, I think they all have a lot on their plate. So I think it would be important to have somebody that's a point person, a go-to person for the tenants. I think especially if we're considering potential temporary activities or uses that may occur on the campus while we're going through this master planning process, there needs to be somebody that can answer questions and make decisions. I too have questions about C2. I think it's good that we have an all-encompassing zoning designation, but there may be some limits that we need to set that need to be explicitly stated at some point. But I am happy to hear that, Midtown will be an option. The Midtown Link will be an option, that we could explore other potential overlays with C2. So I think that's a good thing. Because I'm still unsure about how the community engagement process is going to be working in unison and parallel to this master plan process. And now that we're undertaking it, I had posed to staff just an idea of consideration, and it's not fully fleshed, but I think just thinking about how we utilized a master plan process for the rail yard, and I know they're very different models. We have existing buildings currently on the Midtown versus the rail yard was a blank slate. But I think that as we move forward, there needs to be a way that the public can be engaged and included along the way as it relates to the zoning, the remediation, any evaluation of buildings, utilities, access needs, so that they're understanding what we're learning as well. And there's stuff that we all know, there's guidelines that we already have, but I just feel like there's a way to include folks so they understand the complexities that we're dealing with, and then some of the barriers and also opportunities. So I think there's an opening here. I don't know if we want to call it a master plan process, but I feel like it could model something like that. And I've already told staff my my desire to see what that looks like as we're doing this kind of as a parallel process. So I just wanted to state that. And then also just to make sure that we're communicating with some of the tenants, that we want to make sure they know that they're important to us, and that they're still going to be included, and that they're validated, and that any step and process that they're told, so that they're not questioning whether or not they have a place to live and to thrive. So I just want to make that clear, that that's important to me, and it will be important to the tenants. I know some may shift off later on, but there's some that really need to understand that they're important to us. So, and again, that project manager person, it would be helpful to have them be able to interact with that person, with that staff person regularly. So those are just my comments. I have other questions about how the zoning will work. And then if it makes sense for us to have staff take that role, or what we are really looking for from the project or the consultant. So that's all I have for now. And just thank you, staff, for meeting with us. I think it was helpful to get some of those sticky points resolved, and I look forward to working with you more. That's all.
Thank you. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, your hand was up next. You have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the decision tree that I had been asking at every meeting we had about Midtown. And I was, I think, like Councilor Garcia, I was under the impression that this was going to come back to the governing body for a vote. And I'm disappointed that it hasn't. Not to say that, you know, my position would have changed either way, but that was always the answer to the question when I asked it. There were 3 prongs to the decision tree. One was to sell the property. The next was to maybe get a new RFEI, and the next, I think, was to go back to the remaining people or firms who expressed interest. And, you know, we had quite a bit of discussion along the way for what each decision meant. And so I can say I was particularly surprised and disappointed that this didn't come back to the council like at least I thought it should. And I don't think I was alone. Obviously, after Councilor Garcia expressed, you know, his concern for that. I believe this is a council decision and not a staff decision. And be that as it may, I mean, I really think sometimes that has happened more often than not necessarily on this issue alone, but on other issues. And I see this as, you know, we're the policymakers. This is a major policy and a major project to boot, but for the city council not to have a vote on the matter, to me, is real problematic. And again, I'm only speaking about the process and the role that the governing body has and our responsibilities for policymaking. So be that as it may, I guess I'm very disappointed that this has happened. Next, I'll get off of that and go into the other discussion that we had about how long, when we talked about, doing it ourselves in that decision model, and if what would all be required. There were a bunch of questions asked about the zoning and how long that would take, and do we need a master plan? And the answers to those questions at the time, I recall, and I have in my notes, say this is going to take years. And then now it's all of a sudden only going to take 16 to 18 months. So I don't know if that's realistic. How do you compare the two separate answers that we've gotten in two separate meetings? So I guess I'll ask Mr. Isaacson, maybe for your opinion about what changed.
Eli or Rich, the 16 to 18 months versus years for doing rezoning, how would you respond to them?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank you, Councilor Vigil, about that question.
Councilor Vigil-Koppler.
Daniel first, if I could. I'd like to ask Daniel to first talk about the process of the timing, and then Mr. Isaacson can talk to you about zoning and the length of time it takes for that. So if I could allow Daniel just to talk about the process, the incremental process, what it's going to take, and then Mr. Isaacson can talk about what zoning could do if we go from R5 to C2. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, so there may be a mix in the timeframes. One of them was dealing with, when we were in a master developer exclusive negotiation agreement period, there was assumptions made about the length of time for them to do their due diligence for the entire site, how long that was going to take. We gave them that amount of time within that agreement. But it also included the land use and zoning process as well. But I'm not sure of the time frame that you're referring to. I'm sorry, but maybe if you can just kind of give me an indication of what the source of that time frame that you did. But yeah, but if you're interested in the exact time frame for the zoning, Eli's best to sort of create a general time frame that we'll be working within.
Eli, maybe there's a question about has there been any change in either the process itself or the amount of time to do the different steps that the counselor's asking about?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vigil-Koppler. So I know that there was one timeline that was presented by the RFEI responding KDC that did put the rezoning timeframe out into that 18-month timeframe. I think reasonably it could be done a little bit sooner than that. I don't see it being an 18-month process. It could be, but I think that now where we are in the process, that rezoning, just the rezoning piece itself, could possibly be a shorter process overall than what our previous development partner was anticipating. So I'm not sure if that's maybe where the two timelines are coming from, but I do know that KDC proposed, a very long timeline based off of their sort of understanding of some of the underlying issues at the site and possible complications related to those.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. What I was primarily comparing was the discussion not involving any of the proposals or their answers, specifically KDC. What I was remembering was we were discussing the decision tree, and at one point we were talking about these different options, and one of them had to deal with maybe straying away from what we're doing right now because of how long it would take to rezone and master plan the area. And the answer from staff, not related to any proposals, was this would take years. I remember that answer because I wrote it down. And so now we're doing 16 to 18 months. And I just am curious about the difference because these two answers came from planning and land use and not any other related material.
Well, thank you, Councilor. You know, I will have to revisit the decision tree presentation. I was not a part of that presentation. I can see where some of those, where that duration came from. I mean, I think we're talking about several components here. You know, obviously there's the zoning piece, there's the master planning piece, there's the public engagement piece. And when taken in toto, that overall process can be a multi-year process, but individual components and phases of that effort, I think can be done in shorter amounts of time. And they can also, some of them can also be done on parallel tracks to allow for a shortening of the overall process and project schedule.
Okay.
Aaron, did you have your hand up to clarify something, or are you waiting for another issue to arise?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Bueller. Oh, I died.
Put your headphones on, please.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I did just want to comment on the, I think the decision tree that had come up earlier. So I think something that Director Brown raised was that we revisited the resolutions. So all those decisions were possible for the city. Certainly, we revisited the resolution that was passed by the governing body, and it certainly precluded a sale without a new resolution. So when Director Brown presented in February, the purpose of revisiting those resolutions was to refresh everyone's memory as to the direction the governing body had given back in 2018, which wouldn't have allowed for a direct sale. So that really wasn't on the table anymore. And then the breadth with which the direction was given would have included either a competitive solicitation like an RFEI or other RFP, or a contracted or staff member going through the rezoning process. So those two options are both within the direction of the governing body.
Okay, I'm just referring to the what we were led to believe, I believe, during the meetings that we had before, because I did specifically ask these questions, and you know, the answer was always, we're going to get back to you on a certain meeting date, which is this one. And then I think there was another one, April 14th, for something else. But the impression and what I wrote down was always that we were going to be voting on which way which way we were going to go with Midtown. And I'm specifically interested in this too, because it's in my district, and it doesn't feel right for that, again, for that reason. But I'll move on to some other questions. Soliciting local firms on page 2 of the memo, and I want to know how you're going to solicit those firms, and is that process going to be open to the public about what we're doing?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I might have missed a word in that sentence. It's a really good question, and I want to ask if maybe one of our legal staff can answer it. But soliciting local firms means that as we get through the process, I said, we're not the master developers. We will get to a place of RFP. That will come to the governing body for review and approval. Based upon these, every 2 weeks, we'll be doing progress reports. So you will get to the point where we're now going to submit an RFP or submit a concept that we want to bring forward. But the word local developers, I need to make sure is clear that the RFP is not specifically, you only can do local developers. You have to make it a general RFP process. But local developers will be invited to respond, and the respondents from the RFEI process will be invited too. So, and maybe Andrea or our city attorney could elaborate on that, but that's where the local developer the RFP process will be. You will have an opportunity we'll bring them to the table and hear, and then you will have an opportunity to review and approve whatever comes through on the proposal respondents.
Well, let me ask, can you give, what you're saying is that you cannot specifically ask for local firms. That's what you just said, right? Okay, can you give local preference points?
Councillor Vihel-Coppler, yes, we can give local preference points.
So are you intending to write that into the RFP? Because I know you can't do that if you don't have that as an upfront requirement or notice.
Andrea, you raised your hand to help with the legal issue here. Do you want to speak to what the counselor's asking with the RFPs and local preference?
Yes. Mayor, Councillor Vihel-Coppler, I just wanted to reiterate, so choosing or soliciting for a local project manager, or not a local, I'm sorry, a project manager to take this forward, if there is an RFP that the city decides to move forward with, they can do a local preference for that procurement. If they decide to then instead hire a staff member or have a staff member be designated as a project manager, then you wouldn't need the RFP necessarily. So it's not a all of these things, it could be and or, but under the resolution, it allows for the direction of obtaining different consultants should we need them, or master planners should we need them to move forward with the development of Midtown.
So who's going to decide whether you have an internal project manager or you do an RFP? And how will that decision be made? And will you advertise it if it's an in-house, if it's an employee of the city? And how long will that take?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor and Council Vihel-Coppler, that's a really good question. And as I said, I don't have all the answers today, but based upon conversations I've had over the last couple of days with other councilors, I am exploring that process. And if it is an internal staff person, it will go through a position action, I guess it's a request for applications process from that standpoint. It won't be someone that's just picked. It will go through a formal application process. If it goes on the outside, based upon our procurement rules, we will select from there based upon the RFP process for professional services agreement.
Okay, and then, so Mayor, I'd like to ask you, I understand that you're meeting with the KDC or Sienda person, the one from Dallas. Is that meeting related to this process?
I am unaware of such a meeting, Counselor.
Okay. So you don't know if you have a meeting?
I'm not aware of a scheduled meeting at this moment now. Do you know?
Okay, I just wanted to ask the question.
No, if you know of one, I'm interested because I know they continue to want to be in communication so that we have a constructive relationship. But at the moment, I couldn't tell you with the calendar, without a calendar in front of me, whether such a meeting has been scheduled. They do have. I know that as we went through the process as a group to mutually terminate our agreement as they were going their separate way. They expressed a great desire to stay in touch, stay in communication, to stay involved, and that it was as best as possible a kind of a mutual parting of the ways without rancor, and that there would be an opportunity to continue the conversation. But I don't have anything that I'm aware of right now that is a meeting with their team or the principals for that matter.
Okay, well, maybe if you find it on your schedule, you can answer it at that time.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the next question I have is about what this is going to cost. And I know that it's somewhat of a moving target, and I'm not sure when we will have that information. Because as I know, Councilor Lindell always points out how much money we're already spending on this, and now we're going to spend more, but I think it's important to know how much.
Rich, or I don't know if Mary McCoy or anyone on our finance team can even begin to respond to a cost estimate given the number of tasks that are underway and the different sources of revenue to pay for them. But do you have any feeling at this point, or is it something you'll have to come back to later?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't understand why you keep repeating my questions.
Because according to our rules, the questions all go through the chair. So I'm trying to provide that service. It's part of we practiced this when we went through our process for running a meeting, and I'm supposed to run the meeting that way, Counselor.
I just wasn't aware that you've done that with everybody else, but
Well,
I'm good. All right. Thank you.
I'm just trying, Counselor.
I get it. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, is there a way to talk to the finance issue, or is it a matter of coming back to the council at a later time?
Mr. Mayor, Council Vio Coppler, I don't have an answer on the exact cost, and we will be, as I said, we will be coming back every 2 weeks with progress reports. We know that that's an action item for us. It's an action item that we need to get back to you. But as we get to our next steps and start to dig into those action plans that I put in the memo, we will start to uncover the cost as it relates to it. A good example of is, do we do the zoning internally, or do we do it on a contract basis? So there are a lot of moving parts here, and we will definitely get back to you. It is an action item, as I said, and I'm hoping to, I guess I shouldn't pin myself to the wall, but let's say that we have it to you by the end of May, because we'll have enough time to have had a sort of iterative conversations with all the tactics teams to figure out what we've uncovered and what we've learned, and then what that cost estimate might be. On top of the fact that we will be working with our finance department. We talked earlier about public-private financing and the fact that we have a capital outlay as a seed money to get this process moving.
Okay, then, you referred to a couple of resolutions, and since you had them in your message, it would have been nice to have those attached, because there's been a few statements made tonight that where you hang your hat on these resolutions and, make it a nice tidy package. The last thing is, we seem not to have a lot of transparency when we embarked on this process to deal with Midtown. And I'm hoping and actually wanting transparency in everything that happens here. And I think the public deserves it. I think they asked for it last time. And I just want to make sure that that's something that we continue to do and we're very mindful of, because there's very, very many questions about what we're doing. And I'm sure after this meeting, there's going to be even more questions about what we're doing. So I really appreciate staff and your bringing this to us. I know you're between a rock and a hard spot right now. And one more thing, I'm sorry. I did have one more question. In the Public Works meeting, I believe we talked about selling land, and half of it would go to the affordable housing program. And then that would mean that, Mr. Brown, you were asked a question, how does this affect economic development? And you said it takes away a good portion of your budget. And so now we're embarking on this. So how are you going to get that money back so that you can work on all this stuff that is in this proposal now? It seems like it's increasing for you, but now you're going to face a little bit of a shortfall, as you said in your answer to that meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Council Vio Coppler, can I answer the question? Yeah, so keep in mind that the Midtown campus, its disposition and any windfall revenue that comes from it is exempt from the Economic Development Fund. And the Economic Development Fund is the only fund that is taking a tithe to the Housing Trust Fund. So this parcel of land, once it's disposed of, and we do receive revenue from it, is exempt from any funds moving into the Housing Trust Fund. It will go into the general fund and be used from that standpoint.
So this is a little different answer than you gave on Monday, where you were saying that your most of that money that will go to the Affordable Housing Trust will be kind of subtracted from what you would have gotten. But it looks like you're confident you're going to get the money from somewhere else. So I'll just leave it at that.
Can I just give you one, because it was a question I think that Councilor Garcia asked me, and I said in the ending that there are other funds that are exempt from that Housing Trust Fund. And so the Midtown campus, the rail yard, those are exempt from that fund. And so it's just really the lands of the Las Estrellas and Northwest pieces of land that are still a part of the ordinance for proceeds going into the Economic Development Fund.
Well, you look a lot more positive about it today than you did on Monday. So I will leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Let's see, I believe Councilor Lindell, you're next, and then Councilor Romero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate it. You know, the decision tree that Councilor Vigil Coppler is talking about, I don't think that we ever really went through that, and it was presented to us, and I don't think the council's ever been able to weigh in and really make a decision on that. And I think we should. These aren't necessarily, though, things, Mr. Brown, that it's up to you to drive. I'm just making some general comments on these. I do think that it probably would have been a good idea to allow the council to make the decision about abandoning the RFEI. That process took an awful lot of time to put together, months and months and months. And of course, when it takes that kind of time, it also takes vast amounts of money. Additionally, the applicants that answered that RFEI spent vast amounts of time and vast amounts of money in answering that. And, you know, we can easily shrug that off and say, you know what, that's all part of doing business. That's how it goes. But I don't really think that that's who we are to just shrug that off and say, well, you know, you didn't get chosen, too bad, goodbye. I am curious to know much more specifically what the responses were from the other applicants, and the consideration that we gave them before abandoning this RFEI. I don't think that the city is in any position to formally or informally act as a master developer on this project. I appreciate the clarity of the memo that you sent. But what I also know is that I don't think that people have the capacity to take on extremely sizable, important new tasks and essentially whole new jobs. Councilor Villarreal said that she had asked for a project manager on this. That's smart. Is one enough? KDC had a massive team here with people that they also got together with people from locally, and clearly they spent hundreds and hundreds of hours. I don't know that, I'm just so concerned that we're abandoning a process that we put so much work into, and so did others. And I just don't see us as being able to move forward on this realistically and having the bandwidth to have people complete what we're asking them to. I don't think staff ever tells us, I can't take on any more. These are massive asks in this memo that we're putting in front of people. I don't understand why we wouldn't move forward and try to work with another applicant rather than to do all these activities that are listed in this memo, try to get those completed, and then talk about opening it back up to the original applicants. I'm sorry, I'm not able to follow how that benefits us. And in fact, I'm worried that it harms us, because I think that our staff folks are under a phenomenal amount of pressure all the time. And to ask them to take on very, very sizable jobs is, I'm not sure it's fair to ask them to do that. So I'm very concerned about this. I won't give my money speech, but you know I have it ready. And we spent years on this already. Years. I mean, previous administration spent 2 to 3 years on it. We're racking up money every day, and I'm always worried about it. And I'm also worried about staff, that we're asking way too much of some people. And I think as a council, we need to really think about what we're asking people to do, and if it's realistic. And if it's not realistic, we need to figure out something else to do. So that's what I've got tonight, Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak to that. It wasn't the cheeriest little comments that I've ever had, but I'm worried about it. So that's what we've got.
Thank you, Councilor. I've been taking some notes. I'm going to hold my comments till the end, but I note what you're talking about, and I'd like to offer a few thoughts in response, but I'm going to let Councilor Romero Worth have the floor now because she's had her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues. One of the things about going almost last is that lots of ground has been covered. I want to thank the staff for the memo that we got well in advance of the meeting so that we could look it over. I like that we had the chance to meet with staff and to ask some of our questions. And I guess there are a couple things I want to make sure that we cover, which is, one of the things is that if maybe Rich or I'm not sure who's the appropriate person, but how would you characterize what we learned through this RFEI process? Because I think we did get things out of it. It wasn't a complete waste of the time and effort that was put into it. And I think it's been mentioned that some of the proposals that were presented will still be good as we move incrementally to work on this process. So I don't know, can you characterize a little bit of what we learned by undertaking this?
Rich or Daniel, you guys were at the helm for a lot of the interaction on the RFEI process. Is there a handle on learnings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Romero Worth. I'll start off and then I'll ask Daniel, because I came on board in October of 2019. So I was on the periphery of the process working in economic development, but Daniel was there at the beginning when the RFEI was being formed with the team. So what I've learned and taken away, and I think Daniel might echo some of this, is that a lot of the issues that were uncovered, we knew they were there. We also hoped that our finalist developer would work through them. But unfortunately, we hit a pandemic that turned into an economic collapse. Everything sort of flipped upside down. And there is so much uncertainty and risk that both the city and the developer candidate who became finalists were unsure how we were going to address some of these needs. So that's a big thing that I learned, is that this campus was an educational institution, but was zoned as an R5. And in order to be its best space, it really needs to be a C2. So there's zoning issues. Again, we have access issues. Right now, you can come in off St. Mike's, or you can sneak in through Siringo Road. So there's access issues there. Thirdly, I think, is that there is only one power box for this whole 64-acre campus. So there are a lot of issues that going into this process, we understood, but we're hoping that our finalist developer, through our E&A process, would have invested in fixing, and that did not happen. And so we are sort of looking at how we as a city can improve upon that and increase our value of the land and take some control over how it should work. So that I'll start with, and maybe Daniel can elaborate on that, but that's kind of my viewpoint so far.
Daniel, any thoughts? You're muted, however.
Thank you. I feel like it's a great question because it makes all of us have to look back at what the purpose of that RFI was. And we heard a comment about being confusing, et cetera. But when you really look at the integrity of that RFI, it was an RFP. And what we wanted to talk, and I had several conversations with local developers and other developers outside of the region in creating that RFP that basically said, look, what is the easiest way for you to enter into the process so that we can learn together how to redevelop that property? And one of the things that was very clear for all of them was, there's a lot of uncertainty around the zoning, around infrastructure, site readiness for us to actually go vertical, to build buildings on that site. But we're willing to walk through the door. And so we're gonna respond, and we're gonna put a team together. And so that was a very powerful message for all of us, that there was great interest in the redevelopment of that site to achieve a public vision that was articulated in the Midtown Planning Guidelines. Unfortunately, we entered into an epidemic, a pandemic that was unprecedented, and it undermined every solicitation that went, that a particular master developer solicitation, in that there was commercial development was in the Midtown Guidelines, and they responded to that, and that undermined everyone's economic assumptions in that project, in their proposals. So we knew that in order for us to move forward, that we all sort of recognized what the priorities were in getting that site ready for development. And we also recognized that with a city, all cities are strapped for funds. How do we prioritize what we need to do to position the property to be able to incentivize developers to move forward and invest in projects? So we thought, let's just do it incrementally. Let's not do the big chunk. That's what we learned. Like, maybe the master developer strategy was not the strategy today. It was maybe 2 years ago, but not today. And so now we can take advantage of that moment and figure out what those incremental pieces are. I think we all knew that there was going to be some level of investment we're going to have to make, whether it was going to affect the land value overall, or whether it was going to actually figure out some public financing mechanisms, probably both. But we wanted to work through that process with the developer. This whole year undermined the economic valuation for them. So now we want to make sure that as we proceed, we're positioning the city and the site so that we can maximize the opportunities to negotiate what the public wants to see there. So again, I think that what we learned was that there are some clear priorities in order to incentivize developers to look at the site moving in the future. We want to also be very specific about the kinds of things we want developers to participate in. So RFPs in the future that we go out will be specific enough for them to say, oh, is that what you're looking for? Have I got a creative idea for that? So we're excited about being able to position the property to actually pursue the things that I think that everyone wanted the city to do. We're afraid that the master developer wasn't going to do it. We're now in the driver's seat where we can proceed in doing those things. So I think, I know it costs time, resources, staff, lots of concerns, but I think it's the way that, it is the way that many cities start this process out. And we're just going to, follow a lot of those precedents that other cities do to get properties at this scale ready for development.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the important things that we haven't talked about tonight is the unprecedented times that we are in a global pandemic for the last year. Completely undermined the economy, the investment risk, which has been talked about a couple different times. And so I don't think there is anybody. I mean, we had a master developer with very deep pockets, with a lot of capacity, and they're saying they can't do it now. So I don't think anybody really can do it now without a public investment, and that we have got to be able to help, with a public investment to get the site ready, to help with the infrastructure, and make it possible for the incremental development to happen, and for some of these good ideas to still be possible down the road as we recover, and as we, the public, make this investment in this very important property. And I guess I also just want to say that this is an important property to all of Santa Fe. It's not my district, but it's a very important property. The kinds of things that we can do and have slated to do here are really important investments in our future. And I guess I also realize that this project is enormous, and these kinds of developments, under the best of circumstances, take time. And I think of, the bond that we have on this property, certainly I think we need to start thinking about as an investment. We are investing in the future of this property by keeping control of it, so that we can see how it's developed down the road, so that we can help shape the important aspects that need to happen on that property for our community. I guess I want to just really quickly, also broad brush characterizations. There's been spoke of about how it's going to cost millions of dollars. And I just want to be clear, it's not millions of dollars just on the city. I think there are a number of different, we will still get developer investment. There are many kinds of public financing options to help us afford this development. We hopefully, when the governor signs the capital outlay bill, we are getting legislative funding that's going to help us. I don't know, did I touch on, can maybe characterize the different places that we're going to be able to draw money from that will help us with the financing, the funding for the needs that have to happen here?
Mr. Mayor?
The question was, what are our different pockets for funding?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that there's a variety of places that we will draw from and are already drawing from to make the development of this property possible.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Council Ramirez, you're right. Keep in mind that this property is inside of an opportunity zone. And as such, there is opportunity funds that specifically invest in infrastructure, in land infrastructure. They're all looking for that sort of thing these days. And then they also invest in real estate. And so that's the big play in opportunity zone funding is real estate and infrastructure. And so opportunity funds is another way that we will bring to the capital stack, as they call it, building on different investments. Additionally, our finance group has been working with Daniel and our strategic economics consultant about different ways where public financing comes into play. We talked about TIF districts, tax increment financing, or tax increment districts. So there are lots of ways, industrial revenue bonds, LIDA investment. So there are many different types of public investment ideas that could come to the table as we make it our way through this iterative process.
Okay, and then private investment too. That's not precluded. As the economy recovers, as we take this in an incremental approach, private investors will get to a place where the risk is more acceptable in them making that investment, correct?
That's correct.
You're all shaking your head, so I'll just go with this.
Sorry.
I think the counselor is asking you to explore private as well.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romer, we will definitely explore private and also would possibly will explore foundation investment from that standpoint. There are a lot of foundations that look at opportunity zones as a way for uplift. And so it's another avenue that has not been explored that would also come to the table from that standpoint.
Okay.
We call them impact investors.
Right. Okay, and that's great. I learned a couple things. I forgot about the opportunity zone piece, and impact investing is also a great other bucket to. I'm just going to write that down so I don't forget it. I just want to go back. I knew that the idea that you, Director Brown, canceled the RFEI would cause a little chafing among my colleagues. And I think it was actually a question I also asked you because I wanted to better understand how that authority worked. And I think the decision tree that we have talked about a little bit, maybe our confusion was that we thought we were the decision makers. And what I think the decision tree maybe showed us, and of course, and Councilor Vihel-Coppler is looking surprised at that. While I understand that we are the decision makers in many respects, I think that decision tree was to lay out for us the different paths that we might have as we go forward. And I just want to read from the resolution, one of the resolutions that we had adopted. It's 2018-54, and everybody can find it on the Midtown campus. Jesse helped point this out. It's on the Midtown campus website. And we did, as the decision makers, give the authority to the city manager. It says, be it further resolved that the city manager is directed to commence the planning stage of the Midtown property by preparing as appropriate one or more requests for qualifications and or requests for proposals for the procurement of professional consulting services to produce a land development framework that includes analysis of economic feasibility, equity assessments, financial yields, and a bunch of other things. So I think we did very clearly place that responsibility with you. And then under the rules of the RFP, I think it's my understanding, and you characterized yourself as the procurement manager. And so you had that power then to cancel this. And I don't know if legal wants to validate that what I'm saying is correct, but I just want to give the opportunity to talk about that a little bit more.
Well, thank you, Councilor. I think it's a point that deserves some clarification, given the number of folks who have said they were surprised that there's not a vote by the governing body on this matter. City Attorney, do you want to speak to that question?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero, thank you. In procurement such as the RFEI, the governing body does approve contracts that result and a determination or amendment that results from a procurement, but not the actual selection of a top finalist or the cancellation.
So if you could elaborate, this is not any different from other standard
procurements. Mayor Weber, councilors, that's correct.
Councilor Merriworth, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and I mean, that's when I met with Director Brown and with Daniel, Mr. Hernandez, that's kind of what we talked about, and that helped me understand where this falls in terms of the decisions that get made and who has control over which piece of it and that kind of thing. So I just want to draw that out onto the surface. Let's see. So it was an RFEI. I think I had heard previously in our travels through this process that at some point when we stepped away from the RFEI, the different proposals would be made public. Can somebody clarify at what point and whether those proposals will be made public, or what is going to now be public now that we step away from this process, and what will still, especially as we have folks who may come back around and submit their proposals again as we move in this incremental development path.
What becomes public now with the cancellation of the RFEI?
Mayor Weber, councilors, we are going to have to look at each of the proposals and what staff intends to do in terms of future solicitations. We've received additional guidance recently, actually, from the Ethics Commission that was recently put together on the issue of procurement and proposals and when and if proposals are confidential. Because staff do intend to issue future solicitations, perhaps overlapping with some of the content that was in the prior solicitation, we will have to look at what those future solicitations will look like and what components of the proposals or which proposals could be released. So we have received recent new guidance on that portion of the procurement code from the State Ethics Commission that we're evaluating. And this situation has been changing as well. It's not that we're moving, it's not that we have a master development plan from a master developer and therefore the other developers' plans are obsolete. We have a different situation in front of us, which is that portions of what was proposed previously may still be proposed in the future. So certainly anyone who's proposed can decide to make their own proposal public if they wish. The city may not be able to do so. And we're evaluating that.
Okay, I think I just wanted to also bring that to the surface because I think that'll be a question that we'll all be getting at various points in the coming days. And it's just helpful to bring that out. Again, this is a very challenging project. These kinds of projects are very challenging. They take time under the best of circumstances. I too, you know, hope for the best for us, that we will, you know, have the alignment we need to be successful here. I do know that it's going to take time and it's going to take lots of different players working together to make this happen. And so just want to say thank you again to the staff for all the work you've put into it, all the work you're going to put into it, and you know, hopefully we'll be successful in the end. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I don't want to shut anybody down. It's now 6:11 and we have not finished the 4 o'clock agenda, but Councilor Garcia, you have your hand up, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just have to chime in because I think Councilor Romero Worth was maybe a little misleading with her statements because we were told we were going to vote. I had it on my calendar that today we were going to vote. We were going to be presented with items and we had to make a decision. And that decision was made for us. We didn't have the opportunity to vote. And I'm not saying we would have voted to not eliminate the RFEI. I'm not saying we would not have moved in the direction that staff has chosen, but we were told we were going to have the opportunity to vote on the matter and voice and give the approval. We keep pointing back to a resolution that gives staff authority, and I understand that, but I know there's been matters in the past where it wasn't a resolution, it was more so the governing body voicing their opinion in the direction they wanted staff to go. And so with that, if that was the direction we were going to go tonight, then so be it. But I don't like it being mischaracterized in that sense that, well, maybe we misinterpreted, which I don't think was the case. We were told today we were going to have the opportunity to determine which of the 3 paths we were going to go down. And we unfortunately did not have that determination. We didn't have that opportunity to make that decision. That was taken from us. And so I guess my question is, Mr. Brown, was that a decision made by you or was it made by a broader consensus? I want to get some clear understanding. Who was the ultimate decider on this? Was it you? Did you get input from staff? Did you get input from the mayor? Who led you to making this decision?
I think if I can help guide this a little bit, there are 2 questions I think to unpack. One could, I believe, go to the city attorney about the extent to which we did or did not follow the RFP, RFEI process. So was there a deviation?
That wasn't the question.
I'm sorry, excuse me, sir, which took away what Councilor Garcia thought was a vote. Was that on the table? And secondly, the determination to cancel the RFEI, Rich, the councilor would like to get some background on how that evaluation was done.
Mr. Mayor, that wasn't my question. So if you want me to ask my questions clearly, my question is, Mr. Brown, who made the decision, the final decision of canceling the RFEI? Was that you? Was that a committee? Did the mayor have a hand in this process? Because my points earlier were comments. That was my question is who ultimately made the decision to cancel the RFEI?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I want to first step back too, and then I'll answer your question. So I don't recall the date, and I was trying to think what the date was. We came to the city council and there were 2 slides. One expressed what was in the resolution from 2017, And then one was a resolution of 2018 as the process. And at near the end of the Q&A session, I specifically asked Attorney Salazar to reiterate that the RFPI process is the role of the procurement manager, which is me, and to confirm that based upon the 2018 resolution, that all subsequent discussions about contracts, service agreements, et cetera, is the authority of the governing body. And so I don't recall the actual date that we had of that presentation, but it was in February, and I thought it was Valentine's Day, maybe not. So I want to just state that was in our meeting on that date, and we can actually go back and review it. Secondly, it was my decision to cancel the RFPI. I am the procurement manager, and in my role as the director of community development in this role, I have the decision. I did confer with our legal group, our legal team, and I also conferred with the city manager and then brought my decision to the mayor. So it was my decision as my role slated based upon the procurement rules.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. I really appreciate the clarification because I wanted to understand how we arrived at this decision. Because to get to the points I was trying to make earlier, we were told that there was going to be a decision that had to be made by the governing body on the three paths that were presented. And to me, when that is phrased in that manner, that means the governing body is going to have to take a vote on which direction we want to go. I know that I'm not mistaking things because other counselors are understanding that was the process as well. There's nothing that would have prevented us from even symbolically voting on the process tonight. And I think that's where a lot of concern comes into play because when we get into the situation that we're pointing at, well, a resolution doesn't call for this. Well, when you present it in a manner and you take away that opportunity for the governing body to vote on the matter, it to me is concerning. You know, I know this doesn't lie in my district, but my district is right across the street and we're going to feel the immediate impact of whatever happens at Midtown. So I am deeply invested in this property. And so with that, I think hopefully should these opportunities come up again, we don't point at the resolution and say we can bypass the governing body. We include the governing body in the process. And I think that's what's being left out. The governing body is being left out. So I just recommend that we work together as a team on this process. It's going to, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to take all of us to make this successful. And if we don't work together, then we're going to fail together. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Let me see if I can offer a few thoughts as we wrap this section up. We should alert everybody on the who's watching and listening that it is 6:18 and we have not finished our 4 o'clock agenda. We'll end up, I suspect, amending our agenda so that we put the executive session at the end and we don't prevent people from speaking when they've been waiting for a long time. But I'd like to make 2 or 3 points. Folks have asked about the staffing level of the city and our ability to have a project manager or more. And I want to commend Mr. Hernandez for the work that he's done to shepherd us through this process and his experience, which we often don't reflect on. That Daniel brings years of development experience to the project. He has a deep understanding of the scale of this project and the amount of work it takes anywhere, but especially in a place where folks in Santa Fe, like here, care so deeply about everything that happens in our community. Daniel's sensitivity to that is enormously valuable. That said, I did meet, as Councillor Vigil-Koppler asked about, I had meetings with the KDC team, and Rich was in some of them, Daniel was in some of them, and I had very few asks of the team. One of them was that they hire a project manager. And another was that they move forward with a master development that would take them from the proposal they had delivered initially to something that we could then begin to take out to the community. And they didn't do either of those. They didn't take either of those tasks on. And I think it's safe to say it's because of the phenomenal disruption that Councilor Romero-Worth referenced that totally upset their business model and made it very difficult for them to go deeper into the planning and design of the project. So much so that there really wasn't ever a specific individual hired as an internal project manager, nor did we see any progress toward the rezoning effort or the master planning effort. And as a consequence, I think the logic of the city having additional resources to do more guidance, more project management, as Councilwoman Villarreal has mentioned, as has shown up in the slide tonight, it makes a ton of sense. That was what we asked of the master developer partner. That's what we would ask of ourselves, as would we ask to move forward with speed and urgency on the other measures laid out in the 9-point program. It's an interesting question that has been asked about how much it's going to cost us to move forward. But what has not been talked about is what we gain by returning ourselves in the role of taking control of the site. So in the spirit of asking a question, if we had another master developer with whom we reached another agreement, and we've identified 3 targets of immediate opportunity that we would like to move on rapidly, one of which is very, very opportune, which is the Garson Studios. In a new arrangement with a different master developer, maybe, I don't know whether Aaron or Daniel or Rich could answer this, who would have control over the Garson Studios for the length of that agreement with a new master developer? Would it be us, or would it be the new master developer to move with speed and urgency on taking advantage of the Garson Studios? Who would have control? I don't know who can answer that. Aaron, is that in your legal purview?
Mayor Weber, I can answer if you'd like, and maybe Director Brown might have more, but all of the master developers had proposals for the entire site, so they would at least have the first right to control of the site. And I feel like there was a second part to your question.
Well, the speed of moving forward on the Garson Studios would be gated by our arrangement with the master developer, not by us.
Mayor Weber, that's correct.
And the same applies to the other items, I assume, that are in that memo produced by Mr. Brown, which states we're eager to do something creative with other assets on the site, like the library, like the art capability, like a film school, like the potential for an early effort at affordable housing. Would that be up to the city, or would that be up to the master developer if we had another agreement? Aaron, Rich, who knows?
Mr. Mayor, that would be up to the master developer based upon an exclusive negotiating agreement. We would go into another exclusive negotiating agreement from that standpoint, keeping in mind that there still would be an incremental development process before they got to a master plan. Maybe there's some early phasing work that could be done, but there still would be some incremental work that they'll have to invest in order to get to that space.
So we basically would be back in the same, more or less the same exclusive negotiating agreement territory that we spent with our friends from KDC, in which they would control, because that's the deal, that's our goal, is for them to take control of the property and to do the work of rezoning, do the work of master planning and development. We would be, in essence, turning it back over to a different master developer, rather than having our own speed, our own pace, and our own policy desires reflected in the 9 points that you've laid out in that memo. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Mayor, that's a fair statement. Yes.
Okay. So I think when we look at the learnings that we've gathered from the time we spent with KDC, we were the beneficiaries of about $300,000 worth of their input. We did not receive what we hoped we would get, which was a project manager, a rezoning proposal, and a master development, because the world changed and those investments became really not smart business for them to do. To expect another master developer to come in and take that over and to take away from us all of the issues that the council members have spoken about urgency, moving rapidly, moving quickly, taking advantage of the benefits of the site, those would be foregone. So there is in everything a trade-off. The trade-off between turning it over to another master developer versus assuming the responsibility and taking on the opportunity, as well as the chance to do things more quickly, more rapidly, and with more community input than if a master developer, yet a different master developer, stepped in at this point. I would imagine some of that was what went into your thinking, Mr. Brown, in making the determination to terminate the RFEI.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The other piece is that the developer or master developer or project developer also has a shareholder value profit motive that is a part of their decision-making process. So the city could push, but if it doesn't fit into their profit motive or the profit timeline, I would have to we would also have to deal with that portion of the process.
Thank you. And I think that really is kind of the nub of the issue as far as the determination to move in a different direction. That simply repeating what we did with KDC, while it was well-intentioned and we got a lot of learnings from it, it doesn't really advance our capacity to move quickly with the community and in a way that gives us access to those key opportunities, whether it's the Garson Studio, some affordable housing, the library, the arts community, taking advantage of the site. All of that would be put into the same pace of development that would be determined by somebody other than the city and the community. And I think that that's really a very strong argument for taking our own destiny back into our own hands. And I think Councilwoman Villarreal is right. We need to have a project manager on the ground, as we asked KDC to do. That's a key part of staffing the process and the people on the ground. I think it also, the other advice in that memo is very well thought through. It is a reflection of the talent and the seriousness of purpose that our team has brought to this project. It is all projects of this size are challenging, they're large, they're complex, they're made even more so when you've got a pandemic and a global financial crisis. It is still, as Councilor Garcia said, a gem of a site. It is a beautiful new opportunity for this, for the city center to realize a lot of our community aspirations. And so as we move forward, the council will have opportunities to look at all of those steps going forward and check the RFPs or projects as we move ahead. But I do believe that the decision is a sound one, reached after careful and thoughtful consideration. It is follows our RFP process and our procurement process. It meets the law. It follows our the laid out methodology that you all brought to us. And now it's up to all of us to, as Councilor Garcia said, work as a team to develop that site to the best of our ability. So thank you. I appreciate it. It is 6:28. We're way behind on our business, and yet this is certainly worth that amount of time and discussion. Is it the sense of the council to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to press on with some of the items taken off of the consent calendar? Is there a sense of the group? Councilor Villarreal, your face is asking the question very, very graphically. How would you like to proceed? What would your...
Thank you, Mayor. I think we need to move forward. However, I do need a bio break, but I can take that as we keep moving along.
All right. So if you need to step out for a minute, please just turn your camera off and we'll take that as a sign that you've had to take a break and then come back. I will take the chair and move us forward to the items that come after that presentation. Thank you to everybody who spoke tonight. I really appreciate it. It was a very thoughtful and thorough discussion, and I think we have sketched out the path forward in a very important project that everybody in this community cares about and everybody on this governing body cares about. So thank you very much, Mr. Brown, Mr. Hernandez, Andres Salazar, others who spoke. Could you, Madam Clerk, item 10A on our consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor. Item 10A is request for approval of the collective bargaining agreement union contract between the Santa Fe Police Officers Association and the City of Santa Fe. The agreement contains agreed upon amendments to year 2 of a 3-year agreement. Deputy Chief Ben Valdez is available for the presentation of this item.
Thank you. And Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you pulled this off, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I haven't gotten an opportunity to vet this or ask questions, so I'm going to take the time to ask them today. And I would like, I'm going to ask this pretty much the same question on each bullet. So the first one, I wanted to know on compensation, how much time and service, what's the difference? Because it says updated to clarify time and service required between each classification. So I want to know just basically more time and service or less time and service. And I'm not sure, I think, is Mr. Padilla?
I think Deputy Chief Valdez is going to answer your question.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, members of the council. So for the time and service, the time period did not change. It was just the verbiage that was utilized in the previous contract that was approved. It stated, you'll be in this classification for years 1 through 2. And that caused a bit of confusion with our POA membership where they were starting year 1 and let's say 1 year in day 1. They're like, hey, I'm working on my 2nd year, but they haven't completed that 2nd year that would get them to the next point in their promotion. So we clarified it down to the month. So instead of using like years 1 through 2, we said upon completion of 36 months at this rank, you would then progress to the next rank, or upon 60 months in a service, then you'd be eligible for sergeant. So just clarifying it so it was easy for everyone to understand, and we were all on the same sheet of music.
So the effect was not, it was not affecting an officer differently. In other words, it's the same service time, not more or less than what it was before.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler, for that portion, that's correct. Again, we're just clarifying the terms and the time and service needed to achieve the next step in promotion.
Okay, and then the next bullet, lateral hires eligible to test for positions. There's no fiscal impact, which seems to be focused on, but how much time? Is it less or more?
Deputy Chief?
Councilor Vihel-Coppler, on that one, there were some adjustments that were made because there's a little bit of discrepancy with, well, what we felt with the time and service that was needed to both test for sergeant and detective. So if you come in as a lateral police officer in the previous contract, you'd have to do 3 years of service as a senior police officer. You'd also have to do the same amount of time and service to test for sergeant, which didn't make too much sense because between the two, depending on what they want to do, they may test for both, see which one they pass, or they may just say, well, I'm not going to try testing for detective and I'm going to test straight for sergeant. So there were 2 issues we're trying to address with that. And with those timelines, first of all, the detective portion, we have we've done a great deal of work on recruiting, especially lateral officers that have experience. And one thing that we use with this is we want to attract those that are maybe detectives with other agencies where they would spend, depending on, again, their years in service overall as a law enforcement officer, they may spend a year with us, then they would be eligible to at least test for detective. Where with the current contract that we have right now, they would have to do 3 years of service as a senior police officer. So depending where they're at on their years of experience, it could make it longer for them to do that. And especially if they were trying to track them from an agency and they want to come work for us as a detective, they may say, hey, I'm in a small agency, I'm a detective already. I don't know if I want to spend 3 years on patrol before I can have the opportunity to test for detective. So that's something that we spoke with the union, and they also agreed that'd be something great for us to offer. For one, it's going to help us out because a number of our vacancies that we're seeing were more along the 7-year to about 15-year veterans that we have. With this change, this gives us an opportunity that if we have a lateral officer that is a detective that has experience, they could come over to us, they could bring their experience, and then they can actually compete to be able to test for those positions. And that was brought up because at that point in time, we were seeing less interest from our organic officers that started with the department wanting to test for detective at that point in time. That has since changed, so we're going to see that there's going to be a pretty good competition between both our officers that started with the department and those that were lateral officers if this is approved. So is there any questions on the detective one? If not, I can move on to the sergeant portion.
No, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. For the sergeant portion, again, it was 3 years as a senior police officer for that lateral police officer. Something that we saw with that was, again, is that enough time to know the organization? That first year they're with us, they're on probation. They're 2 years with us on the department. I don't know if there's enough time for them to really grasp the entire method that we do our operations, to know our policies, and then be put into a role as a supervisor. Now, they may have served as supervisor in another agency, but again, organizations are inherently different in how they do things. There's some things that could be the same, but understand the union contract, the way that we have to do scheduling, the way we have to give notice for schedule changes, and the other things that you have to know as a supervisor. We thought that was critical. So we wanted to make sure that those personnel that were coming over as lateral officers would have an opportunity to put in their time, which we put at now 7 years of service consecutive with the department. Then they would be eligible to test for sergeant. Now there is a date on that. So it would not affect those that are currently with us that have put their time in. But for lateral police officers that were hired after January 1st of 2020, they would have to have 7 consecutive years of service with the department to be able to test for sergeant. Now, just by testing doesn't mean they are going to promote. They still have to compete with others within the department. But we felt that'd be one, equitable for those that are still here with the department that have put their time in, but also allow that lateral officer to be able to put time in to learn how we do operations at the department, and they could be a better supervisor with those times and that experience. On the other hand, they can also be a detective prior to, and again, they'd be more well-rounded as a patrol supervisor or detective supervisor if they are promoted.
Thank you. It sounds like you maybe evenly gave internal people an even edge from what lateral people coming in would kind of take over and have more opportunity because maybe they had more service time where they came from. So, okay, thank you for that. The next is about disciplinary action, dealing with the timeline for submitting a written appeal. Is this more time or less time?
So on this one, it benefits both management and the POA membership. With the previous language, once the employee had the recommendation for corrective action from the chief or designee, and it was submitted to the city manager, the city manager could render their recommendation within 15 days. And within that 15-day time, it could be either day 5 or day 15 for them to render that recommendation. And the employee at that point had to, request, consideration by the city manager, to just look at it and say, hey, look, I don't agree with this. What the union wanted us to include was a provision where the city manager may meet with the employee and the union to discuss them if they would like additional information. But the big thing that goes and initiates that is within 5 days of getting served their recommendation from the chief or designee, they have to provide their protest, pretty much saying, here's what I don't agree with, here's why I don't agree with it, and I would like for you to reconsider it. Now that could be on day 1 of when they get it the same day, and then the 15-day time period starts at that point for the city manager to be able to provide a response. Or if they wait till the 5th day, the city manager can start the clock from that point, and that would buy them a little bit of time. But it works for both of us because then we know for sure we're not guessing, are they going to file a rebuttal or, do we move forward with the recommendation? So it gives a little bit of that room, that 5-day window for the employee and the union membership or the union representation to file a rebuttal if they feel that they want to do so. And it kind of gives that more clarification on that guidance. Before we went from a few sentences on that section to kind of outlining it a little bit, saying, here's what we're looking to do to make sure that, again, it's an even playing field and they have a fair opportunity to issue their protest and have it be heard and be considered by the city manager.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate those answers. So great. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, I'll move for approval.
There is a motion to approve, and there is a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Is there any further discussion? I don't see any hands, so if the clerk would call the roll on item 10A, please.
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Thank you. And that takes us to item 10C, which Councilor Garcia asked to take off consent. So if you could introduce that to us, Madam Clerk, and then we'll have Councilor Garcia take the floor.
Yes, that is the request for approval of a budget amendment resolution in the amount of 1.8 million for fiscal year 21 to fund current year allocations from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to the recommended floor of 3 million per year. Our finance director, Mary McCoy, is available for this, as well as Alexandra Ladd from the Office of Affordable Housing.
Thank you. And Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for working to put together this proposal. As I mentioned during Finance Committee, I'm just ecstatic that we're finally putting some resources to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and I hope that this practice continues. I do want to just get some items for clarification because I did have some questions from community members that might have misinterpreted information, and just to clarify for the public. So with now the Affordable Housing Trust Fund will be at the $3 million floor. How long will we have to spend those resources?
Alexandra, can you respond? How this for the allocation that's in front of us, what is the timetable for expenditure?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Garcia, I believe that the intent is to expend the funds before the end of the fiscal year, so that each year we're starting from a basis of the $3 million.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. So, because you raised something that they pointed out to me was the intent. And so if we hit up the end of the fiscal year, we do not have to spend all the resources, or do we? Are we required to spend them all, or are we not?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I can go ahead and address that. Councilor Garcia, this is an affordable housing trust fund. So in the event that the allocation into the fund in any given year is not spent, it actually does revert back and is allocated for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund purposes. So in the event that for some reason the 1.8 million that is up for a vote tonight is not spent by June 30th, it would revert and then it would be eligible for reappropriation in future years.
Okay, thank you. So that's what I had thought, because I think we can all agree we need to work to appropriately invest the resources. And the person I was speaking to, they were informed that there are already intentions to invest this money. It's already been identified and earmarked, and there is a property that the city wants to purchase with those resources. So is that true? And I don't know if that's a question for Ms. Ladd. Are we going to, is the intention to purchase property? Because you had mentioned the intention is to get it out the door. So is the intention to purchase property within the next couple months?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the intention is to deploy the funds as quickly and efficiently as possible to deflect or defray or mitigate what we see coming before us, which is a huge eviction crisis, which is going to not only affect the people who are currently housed, but it will have resounding impacts on those who are not currently housed. So to the extent possible, we don't just pick projects for these funds. We have to go through a competitive request for proposals, but we've been in conversations with several community groups that are doing the due diligence now, looking at different properties. So the city's goal, if possible, would be to work with these groups to try and replicate the Santa Fe Suites model, because it is the most efficient way to bring online rental housing and supported housing for those who are currently homeless. And what was my follow-up thought to that? Anyway, there will be no shortcuts. We will follow all of our own processes. And at the end of the day, the city will not own the property. So it will be the same model as Santa Fe Suites. The funds will be considered equity into the project, which frees up the owner operator from having large debt service and therefore able to recycle the revenues from the property back into the property to provide even more robust support services.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ladd. I really appreciate that clarification. So given that there is going to be this push to get the resources out the door, what is the mechanism for that? It goes through internal review. What is the process? Can we explain that for the public? That way they understand the process all the way from if we approve it tonight, all the way to potentially if the governing body needs to get involved. What would that look like?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it would be our standard RFP process, and then the governing body would make the final approval of the disbursement of the funds and the project.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for clarifying that. I just wanted to, like I said, there was a lot, because this was quickly moving news. I think some folks in the community might have heard things differently, and I wanted to ensure that everybody was clear about the process, clear about the next steps, because as I've mentioned, I hope this process continues. That way folks in the future can understand how we allocate these resources, how they get dispersed out, and how ultimately we improve housing for our community members here in Santa Fe. With that, thank you for the time tonight, Ms. Ladd, and no further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And Councilwoman Villarreal, you have your hand up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to reiterate what I said in committee. I think this is an important investment to our trust fund and also our community and our housing needs. I think the Community Development Commission has played an integral piece to this puzzle. We are the ones that administer the funds through the trust fund. And so I just want to make sure that we recognize that in many different facets, not just this resolution, but other resolutions. The other piece I want to just make sure the public understands, and if Director McCoy can clarify this funding source, where is it coming from again?
Mary, can you talk about the source of the money?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor. The source of the money actually is two different sources. One is from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund balances, which are generated from the fee in lieu of. In addition to that, given the fact that we are starting to experience the beginning of our economic recovery in the current fiscal year, we have projected additional gross receipts tax revenue into the city. So the amount coming from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund reserves is $300,000. The amount coming from the additional general fund allocation from GRT that is expected before June 30th is $1.5 million. So those two sources combined is the additional allocation of $1.8 million.
Thank you. And just making sure that amount coming from the general fund GRT, that's not reserve funds, correct? That doesn't impact our reserves.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, you are correct. That does not impact our reserves. That is additional GRT above and beyond what was projected and allocated for in the current year budget.
And that's not GRT reserves, right? I'm just wanting to make sure.
Mary, is this new money or reserve money?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, this is not reserves, it is new money.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then just to go back to the memo, which I had stated in finance, I think we just need a clarification once again that I think is misstated or misleading. And I did, let's see, it's a section that talks about that we are recognizing the resources, that the governing body last year approved the major revision to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, and a significant increase was made to the fee in lieu of provision in that ordinance, which I supported. I thought was very important to make that change. It continues to say that as a consequence of this revision to that ordinance, that this past year, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund received an infusion of approximately 1.4 million, the largest single increase since the creation of the fund. And I had asked Director Ladd about this, and I want to make sure that, yes, a lot of us supported that change in the fee in lieu of provision, but we haven't seen what impact it's made and what to date it actually has garnered in terms of additional revenue. So I just want to ask Director Ladd to clarify that. Are we talking about when the fee in lieu of provision was created from the very get-go? Because the way this is stated in the resolution, it says the change that we made to the ordinance last year or in 2019 was the reason why we got $1.4 million. And I don't think that's actually accurate. So can we get clarification on that?
Yeah, can you clarify the extent to which the revision in the fee in lieu of added revenues to the, or changed the revenue picture for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? It's a good question.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, the changes in 2019 increased the amount of the fee over time of 20% per year. So there was an impact on increasing what the fee was that was collected in that interim time. The majority of that 1.4 million, and I would have to look up the exact dates of the approvals of these projects, but these were projects that were put into the approval and entitlement pipeline, most of them before the 2019 changes were made. So that what really spurred the escalation of the number of units was the earlier amendment to allow the fee in lieu by right. But when we did the amendments, the most recent amendments, we wanted to do a couple of things. One of them was not to create, well, let me put it this way. One of them was to ensure that both the fee was increased. We wanted to keep that an avenue for compliance, but we also simultaneously wanted to make the on-site avenue more market-friendly and more feasible for developers so that we could, hand in hand with collecting fees, also inspire some on-site provision of affordable housing.
Thank you, Director Ladd. I think that's why I wanted to bring it up. It wasn't a consequence of the change of the ordinance. There was development in the pipeline. There was a lot more housing development that occurred. So I think we need to make sure to clarify that. It wasn't our change yet, because we may see that. I hope we see that with the fee in lieu of change, but it's not a direct consequence of that change. There's not enough time that has taken place for us to show what that change has done for us, good and bad. So I just want to make that clear, and we need, as we move forward, to make that clear that there was a lot more that happened before that process. The other thing I just want to mention is that it doesn't state in the memo the role of the CDC. You can't deny that there is a piece that we play that's important. That body, the Community Development Commission, we not only support staff in making decisions about prioritization of not only the Affordable Housing Trust Fund monies, but also CDBG. And so we've prioritized rental assistance, rehabilitation of existing low-income homes, down payment assistance for working class families, things like that have come from CDC to inform and work with staff to come up with those priorities. And as we move forward, that entity is going to be integral to being able to decide how we're going to utilize and distribute Affordable Housing Trust Fund monies. So please make that a note, that is something as we move forward, especially with the work plan, that the CDC needs to be part of that conversation, because we will be part of the solution to deciding how we're moving forward.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to that quite quickly. Thank you, Councilor Villarreal, for bringing that up, and thanks for all your work on the commission. And I think I probably, when I was answering Councilor Garcia's question, when I said it will be our standard process, I'm thinking the housing standard process, which actually isn't the city standard process, because we bring all of our funding, our big funding decisions from our trust fund through the Community Development Commission. So I do want to make that point, that there's a whole nother level of review and recommendation for these projects.
Thank you, Director Ladd. That's all. I just want to make a note of that, just to clarify these points so that the public understands. There's a lot of different things that have happened to support us and being able to do this. And I think it's a good move. And we have a lot more to work on as we try to figure out how to support affordable housing and reducing the crisis. That's all. Thank you.
Move to
approve.
I was good. All right, you can move. There's a motion to approve.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there further discussion? I would weigh in very briefly, because I think Councilwoman Villarreal made a really good point about the pipeline. And I know, Director Ladd, you and I had many meetings when you were drafting the revisions to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, where people were asking for some clarification. Was this going to get renewed? If it wasn't, what would they actually put into the pipeline, or would they walk away from the development in Santa Fe? And so we all know that developers, as we've just discussed about the Midtown, they don't do well with uncertainty. They don't do well with financial uncertainty. They don't do well when the ground rules aren't clear. And one of the things that you were successful at when you revised the inclusionary zoning ordinance was to provide that sense of direction, the rules, as well as some new places where some new ways people could interact with the city, so their projects were much more likely to find approval. And I think that also plays a role in building the pipeline going forward, so that there's more development where affordable housing plays a role. And in addition to that, you had the, I think, market sense to have a stepped increase in the fee in lieu of, which incentivized people to act sooner. And again, to make that pipeline fill up more quickly, which then yields both more units that are affordable and more revenue for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So all of that, it's a dynamic situation between the city's rules, regulations, and the developer community trying to make their projects work. So it's a both and, I would argue. I don't know how, it's not much of a question, but if you want to offer a little context, I think it'd be useful. Alex, or not.
Sure. No, I'm ready for dinner, so I'll see you later. No. Yeah, no, I think you explained it very, very well, which is this idea that we had a lot of developers like pulling the reins, like, whoa, we don't know what we're going to do until we find out what's going on with this fee in lieu of option. And if it goes away altogether, we might be out. And so that was an important part of that whole amendment that all of you supported on the council, which was to make sure that that still remained a viable form of compliance, including even a partial part of the compliance. And so we've got a couple projects coming through that will be proposing to take advantage of that flexibility. So we'll see how it works on the land use side. pretty soon.
Thank you. I would say one other thing very briefly, and then we can call for the vote. I think the questions about where the money is coming from and the investment is really important. Mary and her team have done an amazing job managing our finances through this past year of great uncertainty, flying into a storm with no real guidance system, and we come out of it with a forecast that if we keep our masks on and we maintain the turquoise level, our revenues will increase to the point where we'll be able to make this kind of an investment in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Why the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? Because Mary and her team held a public hearing where we listened to our residents tell us what was on their mind, and 30 or more people all agreed that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund was a high priority, perhaps the highest priority. We listened, and now with this budget adjustment, we're responding, taking action, and I think it's really a tribute to the team in finance and Alex and her abilities to see the opportunity and act on it quickly and effectively. So compliments, kudos to you all for making that happen. I see no other hands. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on this item? There is a motion and a second.
Yes. Councillor Rivera.
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councillor Vigil Coupler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councillor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved, and Councillor Garcia would like to explain.
Councillor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you everybody for passing this unanimously. I think it shows how much we really care about this and investing in this fund. And it's to me, we need to ensure that we're continuing with this message, because it shouldn't take the community to come out in droves to fund this trust fund. I think that is what swayed, unfortunately, some of my colleagues' decisions who did not want to fund this trust fund priorly. And unfortunately, they were using it as a grandstanding moment. And that to me is disservice to this fund. And we should always at the heart want to fund this trust fund and not use it as a moment to get in front of the media. So with that, let's continue to fund this trust fund.
Our next item is, Madam Clerk, you can perhaps read it into, so the public, everybody knows where we're headed. I believe it's M.
Yes, Mayor, it's item M. It's the request for approval of amendment number 3 to the New Mexico Department of Transportation funding agreement. It's agreement CNS1000460. The Munis contract number is 3200847. It's extending the termination date from April 30th, 2021 to September 15th, 2021 for CIP 801B, the reconstruction of Guadalupe Street from Agua Fria to Paseo de Peralta. I believe Romela Glorioso Mas, our Public Works Project Administrator, is available for this item.
Very good. And Councilor Rivera, you were the council member who asked to take this off of consent, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Miss Moss, do you prefer to be called Miss Moss or Miss, or do you prefer Glorioso Mas?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, Mrs. Moss is fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Moss. Appreciate it. So I'm really just wondering, when are we gonna actually break ground on this project? It's been in the works for many, many years, it feels like already. And I know some changes had to be made, but this has, again, been on the books for a long time, and just wondering when we're finally gonna break ground, if you can answer that.
Is there a schedule?
Councilor Rivera, we are expecting to start construction in the fall. We have secured additional $2.5 million to construct this project from NMDOT in January of this year. And so we are just waiting to procure or purchase the last 5 parcels to construct this project. The design will be finished on time. The plans, specifications, and estimates will be reviewed by NMDOT, I think in May or June. And that's the
Right.
whole, really, is the ROW.
Can any of those pieces you just mentioned delay this even further?
We are doing all we can to start the construction in the fall. We don't want, or we don't wish to use eminent domain. So we are negotiating with property owners.
So what changed so 2 years ago when this came forward and was passed, we've been working on right of way for 2 years and we still have 5 parcels to purchase?
That's correct, Councilor Rivera. We're still working with purchasing 5 parcels. There are some issues. We received $200,000 from NMDOT to acquire our right-of-way. However, there are the issue with NMDOT to move forward with purchasing the remaining parcels is that the sidewalk was built within the private property, not really the city right-of-way. And so before we can use the funding to pay for these parcels, the NMDOT needs to approve that how much they are going to pay these property owners. But we are moving forward with that, and I think NMDOT will give us their decision first week of April.
If you can keep me up to speed on this, just where we're at, if there's any more delays than the fall, I'd like to know so that we're not here next year and I'm wondering why this hasn't already began. So I would appreciate that. You can just send me an email or whoever else wants to know, but I would appreciate being kept up to speed on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councilor Rivera, we will do that. We really need to finish this by September 15. Otherwise, we will lose the funding for $200,000 for ROW.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor Rivera?
Move for approval.
There's a motion, Councilor Rivera, to approve it, and a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there further discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on this item?
Yes, sir. Councilor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Baita?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
And Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you press on items under category 11, discussion and action items?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Again, I don't know if there's anyone from the public on waiting to speak. If there is, I think we should suspend the rest of the afternoon session and jump to petitions from the floor and then return to the afternoon session after we've heard from the public. That's a motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion to amend the agenda to go to the petitions from the floor, and then if I heard it correctly, Councilor, then move back to the afternoon session. Would you, and then go through to the rest of the evening? Would we move? Would we move the executive session to the end then?
Yeah, since it's just appointments, we might as well complete the evening session and then jump back to the afternoon session.
Okay, so go to the evening session, come back to the afternoon, use the executive session as the final part of the evening.
Yes.
There's a motion to amend the agenda per Councilor Rivera's recommendation. Is there a second?
I seconded.
Councilwoman Vio Koppler has seconded it. Is there any discussion? Would the clerk call the roll on that, please?
Yes, actually, Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
and Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
All right, very good. So with that in mind, following Councilor Rivera's suggestion, we will move to the evening agenda, which begins with petitions from the floor. And following that, we will take up the appointments, and then we will go back to, we have no public hearings tonight, so we will then go back to the items on the afternoon agenda. So, Madam Clerk or Joe Abeta, are you handling?
I'm here, Mayor.
Okay, why don't we ask everybody who wishes to speak from petitions from the floor, which is, remember, that I'm aware of, there aren't any public hearings in front of us, so these should be items that are on people's minds, to raise their hands, be recognized, and we'll give them each 1 minute to speak to the governing body.
Okay, sounds good, Mayor. First up is Stephanie Beninato, and Miss Beninato, you have been unmuted, and have the floor.
Thank you. Although waiting so much time, it would be nice to get at least 2 minutes, Your Honor. However,
Ma'am, can you speak up a little bit? You're a little muted right now.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Is there a way to get closer to the microphone, I wonder?
I am right close to the microphone.
All right, well, we'll all lean in and listen.
Okay, just a minute, please. Can you hear me better now?
Much better.
Yeah.
Now you're loud and
Okay.
clear. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And again, I wish you would give people at least 2 minutes when they've waited so long. But I do feel that the city is acting in bad faith on this human rights complaint that I have. We were set up for a mediation. It had to be changed because there was a apparent or a possible conflict of interest. And now the city just wants to go to hearing as opposed to doing the mediation. And I don't really understand why the city wants to spend more time and energy than they really need to on this. The other thing is, if we're going to really walk the talk and talk about lights, I'm wondering when the city's going to turn off the Christmas lights on the plaza. They're still up there, and although they're small, there's thousands probably of them affecting the dark skies. And also in terms of watering potted plants during the summer, I hope the city will stop that practice and actually just use ristras, which are part of our local culture, colorful, and don't require watering every day. And then the other thing I noticed that, can I just finish this one more point, Your Honor? And that is that you've shuffled money into recreation for youth programs, but I don't see much about getting more lifeguards. And we really will need lifeguards at Bicentennial. I think Salvador Perez will finally open after 3.5 years when Fort Marcy closes, and Chavez, because swimming lessons are a big part of the youth programs. And so we really need to up the number of lifeguards so that we can have 3 pools open. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Scott Kovac. Mr. Kovac, you've been unmuted and have the floor. Mr. Kovac?
I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the name, or actually he's part of my staff. I'm Jake Hoglund with Nuclear Watch New Mexico. I want to first thank Councilor Rivera for putting petitions from the floor before the council considers the joint power agreement for the regional coalition of Llano communities. A couple of procedural points is, with all due respect, Mayor, 1 minute is not enough. That is not adequate for public comment. I point out that the Federal Department of Energy and the New Mexico Environment Department both give 3 minutes. So I think that's an important point. I would add that petitions from the floor, or at least some provision for public comment, should be at the beginning of a council meeting. So I would appreciate that if that could occur. And then to use my remaining 30 seconds as efficiently as possible. There you go. That just proves my point. 1 minute is not adequate. I'll go on for 1 minute and address the substance, and I am mindful of your time. The regional coalition is a failure. It purports to be an effective lobbyist.
Let him go, Joe, a little bit. Their point's well taken. It's been a long wait.
Okay, very good. And again, I will keep it brief because I pity your schedules. It's tough.
It's going to be a long night, so
I know.
Stick to it.
The coalition is a failure. It purports to be an effective lobbyist for both mission diversification and accelerated cleanup. Over the last decade since the coalition has been in existence, the $1.9 billion nuclear weapons budget has been increased by $1 billion to 2.9. So the opposite of diversification has occurred. On cleanup, the coalition actually stands in the way of cleanup by supporting a 2016 consent order that the Environment Department is so unhappy with, it has now sued to get out of that consent order. So that's it. That's my 2 points. I wish you all well, that you can go home as soon as you can and have dinner. But thank you, Mayor, for the additional time. And do please consider, some added comment time.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, Mayor. Next up is Miles. Ooh, sorry about that. Okay. Next up is Miles D. Conway. And Mr. Conway, you've been muted and have the floor.
Thank you, members of the council, honorable mayor, members of the council, Miles Conway, Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. I just want to chime in here and thank you as you follow these obscure paths through the decision tree forest. I think you've done a great work here of taking back that local control and, of the Midtown campus, and finding that way that we can abide by, our local community principles. We cheer you on, and we look forward to being part of the process. So thank you for all that. And I know, and I want to encourage the council to continue to seek out your legal counsel advice on everything you can do with these big developments, to include your local contractors and your local construction and the local financing that seems to really want to start to play in our commercial and our residential development here. That not only includes the Midtown, but certainly the 228 acres under consideration for the Las Estrellas, that big sale. Everything that the council can do will be very much appreciated to just really create that opportunity for our local industry to participate in the development, especially as perhaps this construction boom we're in the midst of right now may not continue forever. So we'll be looking for these long-term projects, this Midtown campus and the 220 acres up north for our local tradesmen to participate in. So thanks for everything you can do and finding those paths.
Thank you, Miles.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Greg Mello. And Greg, you've been unmuted and have the floor. Greg Mello.
Greg, are you able to unmute? There you go. Now you're
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My comment is about the RCLC and the Joint Powers Agreement. The city cannot control what the RCLC advocates for under the terms of the Joint Powers Agreement, and is pretty much at the mercy, well, completely at the mercy of the main funders of the RCLC, which are the lab. So the city's independent exercise of values and ability to transmit what the citizens want is cut off by the RCLC. Furthermore, Jay was right. The RCLC has no real effect on anything that happens in Washington, D.C. I think that the city does not fully know, and the laboratory and its funders and the RCLC does not really know what the plans are at Los Alamos National Laboratory, because the NNSA and the laboratory have failed to share this information even with the Los Alamos County Council. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next up, we have Rachel Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you've been unmuted and have the floor.
Okay, sorry, I was muted on my end. This is just something that goes back to the report about the vaccinations at the beginning. I just want to say that I've run into so many people who have been waiting a long time in their 60s and 70s and with multiple underlying conditions, and they're not hearing from the Department of Health. I was in Whole Foods last night. I just asked the woman who was the young woman who was bagging my groceries, you know, you guys are all frontline workers, have you all gotten your vaccinations? And she said no. And I feel like it's not going as well as we hear that it is. And what everybody expresses is the sense of, oh, we've been told we're doing so well, but how come I haven't been called? And my understanding was that we were doing well from the perspective of making very efficient use of the vaccinations that we had. But there's a real disconnect. And I'm hoping that we will have some large-scale vaccination events, you know, at the convention center or, you know, places where a lot of people can come, because it just doesn't do the job if we say that everybody can now get a shot when, in fact, everybody's waiting patiently and not hearing anything from DOH. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mayor, and the last hand raised in the participant room is Joni Ahrens. And Ms. Ahrens, you've been unmuted and have the floor.
Great. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Joni Ahrens. I'm a co-founder of Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety, a 33-year-old NGO here in Santa Fe that formed to address community concerns about the transportation of radioactive waste from Lanel to the then proposed waste isolation pilot plant. I sent you comments. I want to summarize. Please vote to reject the amended JPA. Please prepare a resolution to withdraw from the RCLC. And I explain in my email about the experiences we've had with similar regional coalitions at the Rocky Flats plant. And I would appreciate it if you would take a moment to read that. And thank you for your time this evening and for all of your dedication and fine work.
Thank you. That's very kind. There are a few other folks in the attendee room who don't have hands up, and I'm wondering if they are not interested in speaking, or there is a confusion over whether any of the items on the agenda are actually public hearings, because they're not.
So Mayor, a couple of them are guests of Councilor Garcia.
Okay.
And then we have our reporter as well, the recorder.
Right. Okay.
6 minutes, and then so then we have, and then Michael Barrio and Randall Riddy are the two would be the only two that would want to speak publicly.
Michael or Randall, is this a time you would like to use the petitions from the floor? There we go.
Oh, yeah, there's Michael Barrio. Let's go ahead and.
Michael's hand is up.
And Mr. Barrio, you've been unmuted and have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I wasn't sure if this was an appropriate time, but as is the new reality, I'm taking care of a toddler at the moment. But I just wanted to say thank you for your incredible work with, of course, the incredible step of funding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. You know how deeply I and the coalition care about that, and we really love to. We're really looking to the future, and just want to thank you for your work in addressing this really important issue.
Thank you, Michael. Good luck.
Okay.
And Randall, if there is a petition from the floor you would like to make, now would be the time to do that. If not,
should I go ahead and unmute him?
There we go.
Go. Mr. Randall?
No, I was just listening in. I didn't want to make a petition. Thank you.
Okay, we didn't want to leave you out there. You've been very patient, as others have pointed out, and it takes a lot of time to wait your turn, so thank you. All right, I think that then completes the petitions from the floor. Madam Clerk, we're moving our way then through the evening agenda to item 18. If you would take them one at a time and walk us through the appointments, please.
Yes, the first item is 18A. It is the appointments to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. Each of these have terms ending on in December of 2022. I will quickly run through all of the names. There's actually, I'm a little nervous. I'm going to start butchering the names, Mayor and governing body, but Gayla Bechtel, Janet Clow, Miles Conaway, Orlin Guerrero Ortiz, Ruth Hamilton, Brian Lewis, Matthew O'Reilly, Isaac Ike Pino, and John Michael Salazar.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion from Councilor Romero Worth to approve those nominations and a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Betha.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Koppler.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Right, the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee members have been approved. And then the next item is the Mayor's Committee on Disability. These are all appointments or reappointments with terms ending in January of 2025. Eli Fresquez, Kendra Garcia, Kathleen Gish, and Aurora Black are all up for appointment or reappointment.
Move to approve.
Councilor Vijo Koppler has moved to approve those appointments. Is there a second?
Second.
And Councilor Cassett Sanchez has seconded. Is there discussion on any of these appointments? Seeing no hands, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Betha.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Koppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
All right, appointments have been approved. And the next item on the agenda is item C. It's the appointments for the Veterans Advisory Board.
Present.
Excuse me. These are for terms ending in May of 2022. Richard Christensen, Kenneth Dettelbach, and Dorothy Seaton are all up for reappointment.
There a motion?
Move to approve.
Or second.
I heard Councillor Casa Sanchez moving the approval, and I heard Councillor Vihel Coppler seconding it. I could have been wrong, but that's what I thought I heard. Is there discussion? If not, could the clerk call the roll on this list of appointees, please?
Yes, Councillor Casa Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Betha,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
The appointments have been approved for the Veterans Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you. So that completes the evening agenda, and we would revert back to the remainder of the afternoon agenda. What's the sense of the governing body? It is 7:30. Do you want to have a brief break before we resume, or do you want to, are you wanting to plunge forward into the next part of the agenda? Is anybody, I've heard a couple people issue a request for food or for a bio break or a stretch. Councilor Lindell, where's your feeling?
I'm ready to stay glued to my seat and keep on.
Wow. I'm impressed. Is that the sense of, I'm willing to be governed by the governing body? Is that the feeling of the group?
But I don't feel combative about it. If someone,
I didn't sense you were dropping a gauntlet. I just think you were very clear on your willingness to plunge forward. But
Yeah.
if there is a desire to take a stretch, I can certainly accommodate a brief break. Jamie, where's your Councilor Casa Sanchez?
Happy to plunge forward because I'm just trying to get to executive session where I can eat, not on a public camera. So
All right,
that's my philosophy.
all right. Don't eat in public. In that case, we will move forward with the. I'm willing to do the will of the majority. Discussion action items. Item A, if the clerk would please introduce that, and then we will take it up.
All right. The next item is 11A. It's the request for the approval of a restated and amended joint powers agreement, the JPA, establishing the regional coalition of Los Alamos National Laboratories, the Llano communities, by and among the incorporated county of Los Alamos, the city of Santa Fe County, the city of Española, Rio Arriba County, the town of Taos County, and the sovereign governments of the pueblos of Okeowinge and the pueblo of Jemez. And Mayor Weber and councilors, I just want to note that Brian Williams, the interim emergency management director, is available for this item.
Right. Kyle is not, his name is there, but he is, he's now in Colorado.
Correct.
So where's my city attorney? Should we begin with a motion, or should we, what is the best way to proceed with this kind of an item? Do we start with a motion? Yeah. Let's get a motion on the floor, which we can then discuss, and we'll have open discussion. So is there anyone who would like
to approve?
Councilor Maraworth has moved to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
I have heard a second from, I believe, Councilor Abeta. So we at least have a motion to discuss. With that in mind, I don't know, without Kyle Mason, would the, Brian, do you or Councilor Garcia, you're our representative on the body. Is there a way to move forward with the discussion that anyone would like to take the floor to guide? Councilor Michael Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And tonight we have with us guests, coalition members, Councilor David Izraelevitz, as well as Mayor Javier Sanchez of City of Espanola. And so with that, I think what I'll do is hand the floor off to them and let them explain a little bit about RCLC, and then stand for any questions. I assume.
Thank you. I think it's good to have you here with us, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you again. Councilman, always a pleasure. Do you have a priority as to who would speak first? Mr. Mayor, do you want to lead off with the discussion of the JPA?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, honorable councilors. Please forgive me if I don't address everybody properly. It's one of the things that I'm very poor at. So we'll go ahead and ask for forgiveness now before it's too late. So thank you very much. What an honor it is to be in front of your council. And before we can actually tell you where we would like to go, it's going to be very important to let you know where we've been. And where we've been is something that I think Councilor Izrailovitz will be able to address in short order. But the one thing that I want to put in everybody's mind before and as we move forward is that I'm going to use an analogy that your planning and land use, and I forgive me that I don't know the title, but Mr. Eli Isaacson used. He started talking about building a cake, and it's a wedding cake. And why do we use wedding cakes? Because it's a way of bringing people together. And, symbolically, we have to start with a foundation, with a fundamental piece. And to me, that fundamental piece is collaboration, and it's certainly unity with all of the local communities and governments that we have throughout the Santa Fe Taos Valley. So that's what we're bringing with us today, and that's the direction that we'd like to go. We certainly need your help, but why don't we hand this over to Mr. Izrailovitz, and he'll be able to share with you some of the insights, some of the things that we've been able to accomplish over a long period of time. And I'll also have to be quite frank and talk to you about some of the issues that we've had. We can't honestly move forward without having an honest discussion about where we've been and some of the changes that we need to make. So I'll go ahead and hand this off to Councilor Izrailovitz, and then we'll come right back if that's agreeable to the council.
Thank you. Certainly. David?
So Mr. Mayor, councilors, it is also a pleasure for me to be here. I hope you can hear me okay.
A little louder would be good, but if there's a way to get a little closer to the mic, that would be helpful.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
How much time are we allowing for our guests to speak?
That's a very good question. How much?
It really isn't a public hearing, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's a great point, Councilwoman. Do you all need 10 minutes to make your points? Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Councilwoman is right. This is not a traditional public hearing. You were invited by Councilor Garcia to enlighten us on some of this, which is useful, but we do need to be mindful that we're not opening the floor to all comers. So it's only fair for you to keep yourself to a time limit that's fair to everybody.
Sure. I hope you can hear me better now. I'll try to speak louder.
Much better.
So I guess for those of you who may not be as familiar with the RCLC, the analogy that I like to make is that it's a group of interested governmental entities, very much like the Municipal League. The Municipal League is 106 cities, towns, and villages that have certain areas in common, of interest in common. And they work as a unified voice for those common areas, to the legislature, to our congressional delegations, and so forth. The same with the RCLC. It's made of communities that have employment or are impacted by landfill activities. So we look for those areas of common interest, and we use that shared interests to inform our communities about areas of interest, and also to work with our congressional delegations and legislature to advance those interests. For the RCLC, those areas top and foremost is the expeditious and cleaning of legacy waste at Lano, adequate funding or increased funding to be able to do that. Other areas have been economic development for the region, increased procurement of local businesses, and promotion of workforce development. So we know that our schools and colleges are the pipeline that lead to laboratory employment. So we try to encourage funding for our local universities and colleges so that we can follow those common interests. So that's just kind of in a nutshell what the mission of the laboratory is. And I guess I would suggest that maybe there are questions that maybe we can answer related to the RCLC that we'd be glad to answer. So given the being respectful of your time, I'd rather answer the questions that the council may be interested in. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, any concluding thoughts before we go to questions and commentary, discussion?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councilors. I'll address really quickly some of the points that were brought up earlier and sort of give what my opinion is and also let you know how personal this is to me. One of the questions that keeps getting brought up is, this is not helping with regard to cleanup. The regional coalition isn't addressing those very specific issues. So when we talk candidly about some of the fumbles that we've perhaps made in the past, that's one that we're here to rectify and fix. The problem of clean water in the city of Espanola is near and dear to my heart. And that is certainly one of the points that we need to address with regard to nuclear waste containment. And that's one of the things that we absolutely must cohesively as a group address with Lano. And that's one of the things that we must work together on. So when we talk about where we're headed, we're looking at not only the economic development. I mean, some of you have read the Bieber report, and in that report, it shows some of the potential differences in income distribution that Lano is producing. And we're here to fix some of those problems. Mr. Zrailovitz just talked about one of them, and that's procurement. Lano is procuring about $400 or $500 million worth of goods, and they're all coming from Sandoval County or Bernalillo County. And the real question is, why isn't it coming from Santa Fe County or Rio Arriba County? And these are real issues that we can address. And just to show a very small, but yet in my opinion, very meaningful change that I think was very perceptible in the recent meetings that we've had, we do get folks from our federal delegation who participate in our meetings. And one from Senator Heinrich's office just reached out to me the other day and said, I'm really happy to see that we're moving forward with the regional coalition. It makes sense that we are in this together. It makes sense that from the Santa Fe area all the way up to Taos, that we work together as one community. It's crucial that we recognize our brothers in government. And I know that working with Councilor Garcia, that we're working in that right direction. So I'm here to ask for your support and to help recognize that we will either succeed together or fail together. And I know that I think it's in everyone's best interest that we work together on this project. So with that and respectfully, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just remind everybody that while we have a resolution to be introduced later this evening by Councilwoman Villarreal, which would be a vote on whether Santa Fe stays in or does not stay in the RCLC, what's in front of us is an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement. We're not actually voting on whether to stay in or leave the organization. There's an amendment that has been proposed and worked over for quite a few years to try to adjust the fiscal management of the organization and to deal with, as the mayor said, some of the past concerns about audit and financial management and fiscal responsibility. We'll have another hearing down the road to take up the core issue, which is how does the governing body feel about retaining membership in the RCLC as an overall issue. But tonight, we really have a JPA in front of us that is largely, as I read it, and we can get questions and clarification from our guests or from Councillor Garcia, really addresses some of the past history in terms of audit findings and fiscal management. So let's try to, if we can, both our guests and ourselves, talk to the issue that is the JPA, and we will have an ample debate down the road on the overall performance of the RCLC. Councillor Casa-Sanchez, you had your hand up first. I'll try to recognize folks in the order in which their hands went up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And that was actually the very first thing that I wanted to discuss was clarifying precisely what it is that we are voting on and what that vote means. And just to state it again, if I believe maybe Ms. McSherry might be the appropriate party to provide that outline for us of what a yes vote would mean and what a no vote would mean here.
Mayor Weber, Councillor Casa-Sanchez. I think the mayor did state it accurately. Basically, you have some amendments to the proposed JPA and a restated JPA. So often a restatement is a large amendment. So not approving these changes would not necessarily get the governing body out of the JPA, of the existing JPA. You'd still be a member of the existing coalition.
And now, since we did spend our committee time primarily discussing the role of RCLC, if we would like to stay in RCLC, we haven't spent as much time exploring the JPA. So I think it would be very helpful if maybe one of our guests can really provide us with an overview of what are the changes that we are looking at within the JPA and what problems are they intending to fix.
Is there a quick overview? Councillor Israelovich, is that something you want to address? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Casa-Sanchez. So I have made a kind of a summary, a cheat sheet of the changes. I know that you have a change track version, but a lot of it is formatting changes. One change, maybe the major change, is that it allows the RCLC to vote on a different fiscal agent than Los Alamos County. So right now, the current JPA is explicit in that Los Alamos County is the fiscal agent. This gives the RCLC the flexibility to assign that responsibility to another member entity. It clarifies that the RCLC can enter into contracts, certain types of contracts, but not others. It's explicit that it doesn't allow it to incur debt or buy real property. It can contract with an executive director, but is not allowed to have employees. So it has to be a service agreement. It can lobby, as I mentioned earlier, that is one of the functions of the RCLC, but only within the constraints of any grant requirements. It sets what our yearly budget and fiscal year is, and that we are subject to the Open Meetings Act. And it also is more explicit about any kind of termination process for members to leave the coalition. A lot of these issues were implicit, but when it was reviewed, as we decided, this predates my time, but we decided to be more explicit about some of the functions, responsibilities, and obligations of the RCLC and function and ability to enter in certain activities.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much, Councillor. I appreciate that. I believe we did have a conversation about this probably a month ago in one of the committees, so I apologize. I recognize this is a repeat question, but regarding lobbying, consistent with grant requirements, can you please discuss what the limitations would be from specific grants and where those grants might be coming from?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor. So in the last decade or so, the RCLC historically has received a grant from the Department of Energy. The grant is has, as all federal grants have a certain restrictions. The grant is for community outreach and education, and it does not permit us to use those funds for lobbying. On the other hand, funds that are derived from membership contributions by members are allowed to be used for lobbying. So that's so we have to keep track of how the funds received and how they're expended. And that was, to be frank, one of the issues that was a weakness in our past accounting, is that we were not sufficiently explicit about how each of those funds were being used. But since that time, we have an external accountant auditing legal support that is outside of Los Alamos County. So we contract for all those services. And that is among the changes that we have done in the last couple of years to correct some of the activities that were problematic prior.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, then the grant does not dictate topics or subjects or positions that you can take in lobbying, simply the funding sources for utilization for lobbying versus other mission purposes. Okay.
That's right. So very briefly, the DOE grant historically, and we've just reapplied for the restoration of that grant, is to sustain a dialogue regarding cleanup activities, so that Department of Energy understands what the community needs and preferences are for priorities and so forth. It's for us to have a discussion forum, if you may, among community members, contractors, governmental entities, and to also allow the governmental entities to kind of in a focused way to evaluate cleanup and other policies. But again, we're not allowed using those funds to advocate for any budget or changes in policy or anything like that. But that has been, those activities have certainly been a focus of the RCLC in prior years, and we could apply those funds to support those activities.
Thank you, Councilor. And you had briefly mentioned, kind of left a little list of some of the ways in which you were addressing the financial challenges, the lack of transparency with finances, potential misuse of funds. And can you describe to me any other ways? And my understanding is this JPA is really, sorry, assisting with that. Briefly, if there's anything more to add to that, I'm going to mute myself, and my dog, who's obviously very passionate about this and really would like to hear more about some of the financial strongholds that you're putting in. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I was already intimidated before this body, and now I'm even more nervous. Yes, so that was part of the confusion, I think, in terms of which travel policy reigned. Was it Los Alamos County? Was it the state? Was it the individual travel policy of whatever member was doing some travel? So we've gone through accounting procedures, travel policy. That essentially there is no travel that is paid for any governmental member of the body, and in fact, the executive director had to pay for his own travel out of the contracted funds. So we also, every invoice before payment has to be approved by the RCLC board. Um, we have a monthly financial report. I didn't introduce myself as treasurer of the RCLC, but I present a financial report every month with a statement of activities and so forth, and also the ledger, the actual ledger of the so we can go over any and all transactions of the RCLC. So I think it's kind of a maximal transparency that we could offer. So I hope that answers those procedural changes that we've implemented.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, may I add something to that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
What I'd like to add is I came on board when all of these changes were taking place, and they seemed to be obvious to me that we need an external accountant to do all of the cross-checking. And then on top of the external accountant, we also have an external audit company that then audits the accountant. That's also one of the reasons for the amendment to the JPA. It will allow us to remove the fiscal agent requirement to be with Los Alamos County to be anybody that the RCLC chooses, whether it's another municipality, a government, or itself perhaps, or some other kind of entity that makes it easier and more transparent for us to look at. So I think that's one of the major changes that makes it much easier to comprehend. So that's one of the things that I recognized when, as I mentioned, when I came on board, and those were the changes that were being made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to follow up, so the RCLC could have itself as its own fiscal agent, but how would that work if you don't have any actual employees and y'all are elected officials from various governing bodies?
The JPA, the new JPA allows any member of the RCLC to be the fiscal agent. My understanding, and we can double check whether it could be a standalone fiscal agent, but my understanding is that certainly the easiest way to handle this would be for a member to be the fiscal agent.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because that had been my initial understanding as well. I appreciate that. Are we the last member who has not yet signed the updated JPA, or are we still waiting on some other members?
We have a total of nine members. All members except for the city of Santa Fe and Jemez Pueblo have approved the updated JPA.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess the question is, what if we were to not approve it? What are the ramifications of that? What happens? What's the result of us not approving it?
To be frank, we would have to go back to our legal counsel, Ms. Long, and see whether we would just stay with the current JPA, or whether it would be the pleasure of the board to try to take some other path. But I think certainly all the other members have seen the advantage of this revision, and as the mayor said, this is not a question of participating in the RCLC, but rather, is this a better JPA than the prior JPA? And I certainly think, for the reasons I stated, that it's a better organization for the RCLC.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Again, just, really us understanding, especially since we did not have the conversation focused on where we are really voting in committee, just really understanding what this process looks like right now. I don't believe I have any other questions at the moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vila-Koppler, your hand was up next. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, first of all, in the documentation, I see it appears that the city's 20,000 well, we're at least 1 year behind in paying our dues. So there's a, I guess whatever it's called, a requisition or something to pay two years at once. Am I reading that right? We didn't pay our dues last year?
City manager, do you want to clarify the dues situation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vijo Coppler. In the fall of this year, so fall of 20, we paid our dues for 20 and 21. We had been in arrears for 20. And so at that time, we paid both 20 and 21.
So we were in arrears for 1 year and then we just paid that year along with this year. So it's already paid because this doesn't look like it's signed.
Our dues for 21 have been paid, yes.
Okay, so we have an unsigned thing in our attachments. So that's why I had the question. It appeared we hadn't paid any of it yet. Okay, I know there's some answers that were given by Mr. Williams, and of course, I haven't vetted this at all, so tonight's the first time. And my question was, the dues are based on the number of residents. And so he put forward some answers that said, yes, they are from each, I guess from each member of the RCLC, each member of the coalition. And that's how the dues are based, on how many residents you have. And so I was wondering, so how is that done? Is that a census or how is it done?
Question. How is it done? David, do you know?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, this predates my time. The earliest I could find is 2013. The dues vary from $2,500 a year to $60,000, which is what Los Alamos County contributes. So it's roughly proportional to the employment at Lanel by the member communities. Obviously, it's a very rough historical assessment that has not changed since 2013. So I'm sorry I couldn't be more explicit than that, but that's the range of contributions.
Okay, so let me see if I ask this differently. So for Santa Fe's dues, are you talking about our residents or are you talking about our residents that work at Lanel?
Councilor, yes, it's the number of residents, the number of residents that work at Lanel. So it's not the population of the city of Santa Fe, but rather the proportionate number of residents within the city of Santa Fe that work at Lanel. So because the majority, even though Los Alamos County has a lot less residents than the city of Santa Fe, because there are more people that work at Lanel from Los Alamos County, then we have a higher payment than the city of Santa Fe. So it's proportionate to the number of employees that live in each community.
Okay, because when I worked at Los Alamos County, we did a commuting study, and it seemed to me that I recall that there's more people that commute into Los Alamos based on the road figures than work at Los Alamos County, because Los Alamos is not a very big county and there's no housing there. So as a result, and housing is very expensive. So as a result, many people commuted there. So maybe you don't know the answer then, because you kind of already said you didn't have the answers. So, but the question would be, is there a survey of employees about where they live? I mean, is that reasonable to say? Because then how do you really find?
No, I understand, Councilor. So the assessments were agreed to in 2013. At some, the minutes are not very specific about how those numbers came to be. So it is not reflective, as you say, Madam Councilor, there are now more people that commute into the laboratory, then there are people that live in Los Alamos County that work at the laboratory. But those changes over the last so many years are not reflected in those contributions. Those contributions were set back in 2013, and they haven't changed since then. So that was the initial set of numbers, and that's been the membership since then.
Okay, now I do know that there are people in Albuquerque who commute to Los Alamos, and they're not a member, am I right?
Madam Councilor, that is Mr. Mayor, Madam Councilor, you are absolutely right. Sandoval County and Bernalillo County are not members.
Okay, so I mean, it sort of doesn't seem fair, but that's okay. It is, I don't think, I mean, this is no time to be deciphering that, I suppose, but okay, let's get down to first of all, I don't have a red line version of any of this, so I don't really know what your amendments are. I did text in and asked if there was one, maybe I'm not looking in the right place, but so I don't really know, except for what y'all are saying, what your amendments are. There's nothing here that I'm seeing that says, here underline, this is new language or scratching old language. So it's real hard for me to know exactly what it is that we're doing here tonight, even though there's been some questions about what it is we're approving. I don't know what we're approving at all, except for what I've heard tonight. So I need to ask then, I heard you say that you're asking for an amendment to change or to be able to approve the fiscal agent. And so we all know there's a history of the fiscal agent for Los Alamos County being the fiscal agent. And so did I hear you say a while ago that should be a member of the coalition? What am I getting here? I'm getting something, but anyway, is that what I heard you say earlier?
Why don't you go back over the change that's proposed regarding fiscal agency, because it is one of the important changes that's proposed in the new document.
Yeah, let me get to that. So it allows any member of the RCLC to be the fiscal agent. So my notes tell me, and my recollection is that it would be one of the members of the RCLC who could take on that responsibility as fiscal agent. Los Alamos could stay as fiscal agent, but it could change in the near or at any time to another member of the RCLC.
Okay. And then just from what I read in the newspapers, it seems to me, and I could be wrong, a very high turnover in your director position.
So we had Mr. Eric Vasquez as our executive director for 2 years, I believe, and maybe Mayor Sanchez can help me. I believe that is for 2 years. We decided to recompete that position, and Mr. Vasquez and Chicana por la Causa was the contractor. They decided not to bid for that renewal. And we have not been as successful in attracting interest in the executive director, at least at this point. So we do not have an executive director at this point.
Okay, and who at Santa Fe County is the member of your coalition right now?
Commissioner Henry Roybal is the representative from Santa Fe County.
Okay, and then somewhere along the line, I think there was some money owed, and our RCLC decided not to collect it. And I thought it was like, I could be wrong, like $26,000. What happened there? I mean, I'm not saying in detail, but why wasn't that collected?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, so we had a discussion about that. So the amount was actually $8,000 that was in question.
8,000?
$8,000. Our discussions with our then Executive Director, Eric Vasquez, and our legal counsel, Ms. Nancy Long, suggested that the legal fees needed to vigorously pursue those funds would probably exceed $8,000. So the board decided to send a strong letter from Ms. Long about that, and we're waiting resolution. But as often happens, that sometimes pursuing legal action is more expensive than the possible reimbursement. So it was a fiduciary decision that I agreed with, that given the small amount of money, it was not in the interest of the organization to vigorously pursue repayment.
Okay, and then the last question I have is, I know that earlier you all discussed some benefits that you believe the coalition provides, and it seemed to me it was certainly seemed to match what this agreement before us says, and that's really the scope of work. But I've been sitting on this governing body for 3 years, and I know, I think it was Councillor Villarreal a couple of years ago asked for reports. What is this coalition doing for us as a city? And I think Councillor Ives was the representative to the coalition. And I have yet in 3 years to see a report for what the RCLC has done for the city. I know what you said in the scope of work, but I have never seen anything reported, not even a presentation. And I'm glad to see both of you here tonight. But I really, usually when you spend money, you ask what's the benefit? And tonight I hear we paid $20,000. Of course, that was for 2 years, but I really don't know what the benefit is of the coalition to the city. And we've asked for reports, we haven't received them. And so.
If I may, Madam Councillor?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
So,
Mayor.
thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Certainly, that's a failure on our part. I'm going to be the first person to recognize that. I'm not going to try and hide it in any other fashion other than to recognize that each one of our governments need to know what it is that we're producing. And that's one of the conversations that we recently had at one of our meetings. It has to go from one government to the other. We have to make that presentation to Santa Fe, the city of Santa Fe, the county of Santa Fe, the city of Espanola, and all the way up. You mentioned Councillor Ives, and he's actually one of the persons who, from whom I learned why the issue specifically regarding water is so important. And we haven't had a report back from them because it affects the city of Santa Fe tremendously, in particular with regard to the Buckman watershed. And that's important for you. It's important for us. That's one of the collective sort of uniting voices that we're going to need to produce in an effective manner. And that means coming before you and before this council to find out exactly what it is LANL is doing to prevent continued contamination and what they're doing to prevent it from happening again.
Thank you for that. I do understand that Santa Fe County has not had a presentation as well. And I will say that having been on the BDD board, and you brought up water, our requests, especially with regard to permitting to Los Alamos National Lab, have been somewhat ignored. And I don't know, it seems like, well, for starters, I don't believe that Henry Roybal at the Santa Fe County, he's not on BDD. So I think it's fair to say, because I have been on that board, we have had extensive discussions about the lack of cooperation. And so here's where I think that if RCLC, gosh, I'm getting confused. RCLC was effective at representing us, we would have more clout at getting what we need at BDD for, the things that we have to do to provide safe drinking water to City of Santa Fe and to Santa Fe County and to Las Campanas. And so without having reports, without having, it's kind of sketchy. So you can see, I think, why just having this before us, although I know your interest is just to amend language. I mean, there's a whole discussion, and this is the first discussion that I've ever seen in 3 years about this board. And I'll restate that because this is important. It's more important than what I even see in what's been said tonight and have seen in this language. In practice, it's not happening for the City of Santa Fe. And, I guess I'll go on a limb and say, I don't think it's happening for Santa Fe County either, because they sit on the BDD board as well. And I think they know we have issues, and I don't think we're adequately getting represented. And I know that that is in your scope of work, but it's not happening. So, and I think, it's, you all are saying you're new, which I do know, but that's not an excuse, and you're not providing it as one, but this is something that we pay for and we have paid for over the years. So I bring these up certainly because I have not had a chance to vet this proposal this first time, not had a chance to ask my questions and vote. So I appreciate you indulging me in my discussion and answering my questions, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Council.
Mr. Mayor, Madam
Yes.
Councilor, may I answer to that? Madam Councilor, you hit the nail right on the head and couldn't be further from the truth. I appreciate the fact that you recognize how crucial and how important this is. I'm going to use your words and recognize that this is more crucial than anything you've seen. And that's why we are here to ask for that faith going forward. In particular, there couldn't be anything worse going forward than completely removing ourselves from having a voice at that table that you're discussing. There couldn't be anything further from the truth about what it will take, and how do we then have that voice? How can we recognize the importance of all of the things that we're talking about, water or nuclear containment, cleaning, and all of those other things, if we're on the outside looking in? This is our opportunity to be on the inside in. And I appreciate the candor with which you speak, because we certainly, as I've mentioned before, recognize some of those failures. And I can recognize that you do have a voice in Councilor Garcia. And when the direction goes to him to speak for the people of the city of Santa Fe, that will be heard. So nothing could be further from the truth when we say that the voices are being ignored or not heard, when this is the opportunity for the city of Santa Fe to have that voice and to allow it to speak through Councilor Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's worth, again, these issues get entangled, but what's in front of us tonight literally is the amendment to the JPA, and we will have a larger, wide-ranging discussion of this question of continued membership. Are we clear on the role of the organization? Are we feeling like we get our I'm going to say our money's worth, but it's more than our money's worth? Are we getting results? Do we think we can do better by staying in or by leaving? And that's a debate for another day. Certainly it's a debate that folks are ready to have, but tonight we're looking at the JPA. I also want to acknowledge that in the attendee room is, I believe, and David, I keep calling you a counselor. You're really a commissioner, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we try to confuse everybody by being an incorporated county. So we're both a city and a county at the same time, or neither, or I don't know. So we're actually a city council
You're the city council.
instead of a
Okay,
county commission or a,
okay. And Randall, who is in our attendee room, is the current chair, is that correct?
yes, Mr. Mayor, he's the current chair and he's also the alternate for the RCLC.
Okay, so I want to acknowledge that he's in the attendee room. If he certainly as a guest can be in this group if he so chooses, but I want to acknowledge his presence and also the role he plays in the Los Alamos governing body. Councilor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to kind of restate a couple things that have been pointed out. First of all, though, I want to thank the city attorney's office for the red line version they sent us last week. I believe Irene Romero in that office was instrumental in putting that together for us. And then also Brian Williams, who this afternoon resent the red line version for us so that we would have a chance to look at it prior to tonight. And from what I can tell from looking at it, what these amendments to the JPA do is correct at the fiscal and governance issues that have plagued this coalition. And as already been pointed out, we are members, we have paid our dues, and those dues carry us through our fiscal year and possibly, I think, to the end of the calendar year. There's a little bit of confusion perhaps about how long we pay dues for. But since we are due paying members and we are currently a member, I don't know why we wouldn't support this coalition getting their fiscal house in order and making the governance changes they need to be more effective. So I just want to reemphasize that what we're doing tonight is helping this organization to which we are members correct some of the past things that have plagued them. But I do look forward to Councilor Villarreal's resolution and the conversation about whether we should stay in this coalition, and have already begun some conversations with folks about the value of us being in this or not being in this. I did have conversations earlier this week with David Koss and Jay, who testified earlier in our petitions from the floor with Nuclear Watch. And I look forward to talking with a few others about the value of being in this coalition and evaluating whether we should stay. But again, I just want to emphasize that I did make the motion to approve these amendments because I do think as dues paying members, we should support the changes that they're being offered to make things run better. And then at a later date, we can talk about the value of our participation in this coalition and whether this is something we should be staying in and whether we still find value from it. So thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make those points.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be honest with you, this process has been completely exhausting. I think there was confusion about what it means to consider this revised JPA versus withdrawing from the coalition altogether, not getting the information needed to make informed decisions in a timely manner. I had expressed concerns about accepting the new JPA and also continuing our membership on the RCLC since July of last year. And then it took 7 months for us to hear this again, to come back to us for consideration. Never explained to us why that took so long. I asked staff publicly to not renew our membership dues because we still wanted a chance to weigh in about whether or not we want to approve the JPA, the updated, and yet they paid for those membership fees without our consideration that we still wanted to weigh in. That was extremely disappointing. So yeah, we're membership due paying members now because we didn't follow a process to look at the JPA first. I asked lots of questions already just to clarify what we're getting out of this, what were the pros and cons, what we had accomplished in the last 11 years that this has been in existing, and still not clear about that. I feel like I didn't get straight answers. I had asked about a red line in the Quality of Life Committee. And the reason why I wanted to look at a red line is to see what was stated before in the JPA and what had actually changed. Some of it was language changes and formatting and some of the things that were mentioned tonight, but we didn't see it face to face. And I asked for track changes to compare those. And so I do appreciate that the attorney's office took it upon themselves to do that for us, but it shouldn't be our city staff to be able to provide that for us. RCLC should have provided that for us from the onset, so we really understand what if we're comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges. So I appreciate that that was done, but it was not attorney's office job to do that. We didn't get the budget and bylaws that I had requested 2 weeks ago. We received them 2 hours before this meeting started. That doesn't help me make an informed decision if we don't look at historical information and how the bylaws are set up, because they are tied to the JPA. They're connected. I think just while it might have been worthwhile back in 2010 when the coalition first was formed to be part of it, I don't feel like we've had a very clear focus with the coalition and a very good track record. And so that has made me think about, well, why don't we look at a new potential model instead of following the same kind of format? Because I don't think we've actually been impactful. And even in the JPA language, I think it's misleading. I mean, there's sections that talk about that the parties share a common interest in assuring that the Lionel's mission remains sustainable and diversified. Yet we have an imbalance even in the membership and what actually funds this entity. The Department of Energy and the Los Alamos County, or Los Alamos, I don't know what you call yourself, Los Alamos County, they provide 80% of RCLC's funding. To me, that seems like an imbalance, because both DOE and Los Alamos County explicitly have sought to expand production of plutonium pit, of the plutonium pit bomb cores. So I guess I still don't think that actually fits our common interest. I referenced some of the resolutions that we've passed in past years and even this year. And again, that quote in the JPA, the new language, it talks about a common interest assuring that Lionel's missions remain sustainable and diversified. Yet there's no reciprocity and alignment with what we're doing and what we've said and stated in our resolutions. I mean, they're actually diametrically opposed to what we've said in our resolutions about calling for comprehensive cleanup, no expansion of pit production until chronic nuclear safety problems have been resolved, a new site-wide environmental impact statement. I mean, there's a lot of different examples of where we still have not, our values have not aligned. And so I'm just trying to understand, changing this JPA, what does that change? How does our voice get actually heard, since it hasn't been heard the last 10 years? So those are all the questions, like JPA, the changes. I think that some of the things they added was, to possibly change or make certain things explicit. And I appreciate that. And I actually appreciate former Councillor Ives trying to make those adjustments and trying to make it more explicit about what the role is of RCLC through the JPA changes. But I still don't think that the JPA is really supporting what we've expressed as our interest, and that unified voice isn't consistent. It just hasn't been. It hasn't been since RCLC started. So in terms of the JPA, I also am concerned that there's a section that says that this agreement shall be perpetual, subject to the parties deciding that they want to withdraw, or that they want to terminate the written agreement. So that means that this agreement will never be considered or brought back to like reevaluate it. Like, hey, are we on track? Are we following what we said we'd want to do and achieve some of those goals that were stated in the new JPA? And so that to me is problematic. Why would we want an agreement to be perpetual? The other thing is that I'm not clear about is that was added to the new JPA is that, you know, we paid our membership dues. And in this case, they added language that said a withdrawing member shall not be entitled to refunds or any funds contributed to the coalition prior to withdrawal. I thought that was interesting. I'm like, oh, great. They added that in. So if we decide to withdraw, we don't get our money back. That doesn't make sense to me. So all this to say the language in the JPA I don't agree with. I don't think it aligns with the values that we've expressed in our resolutions. I don't think it's really clear to me about how RCLC actually has real influence over DOE and LANL activities, or even prioritizing cleanup. And so I guess I want to state, I don't think we should just approve a JPA and this updated JPA because we want to go along to get along. And some of my colleagues say, well, we need to have a seat at the table. And I agree with that. However, I think it needs to be the right table. I will quote former Mayor Cost. He said that in the case of the RCLC, that we're actually sitting at the kiddie table, not the main table, and that we need a stronger voice. And I actually think our participation diminishes our political clout, and that there's other ways that we could express how we feel about cleanup and prioritizing, working with our congressional delegation in a more direct way, maybe through BDD. So I think maintaining this membership through the updated JPA doesn't make sense. It's not a worthwhile endeavor at this time. That's why I'm introducing the resolution to consider withdrawing from the RCLC as directed by the attorney's office. I would have done that earlier if I would have known that that was needed to, that step needed to happen and that it wasn't specific to the JPA. So, and I think we should consider alternative coalition models. And I don't think this model is working for us. It doesn't align with in the past 10 years. And so those are my comments. I already asked all my questions in committee, and I just think that we need to be consistent and that there will be other ways that we can express our voice and also represent our constituents. The city of Santa Fe, I don't think that this is actually promoting the citizens of the coalition members, what we think is important. So that's all I have to say for tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You covered a lot of ground, and there are some specific questions. I don't know if our guests or Councilor Garcia want to speak to them. One of the issues you raised that I think was very clear was the question of perpetuity, and whether the JPA as a document puts language in there that is subject to real concern, because it may mean something we don't intend for ourselves, because there is an upcoming debate about whether we should continue to participate. The other points I think are obviously we'll take them up when your resolution comes forward, and we can discuss the coalition, its functions, its alignment, it has been asked by others, does it deliver things that we care about for Santa Fe or not? But there's some specifics to the JPA itself that might be useful to address as well. So Councilor or Mr. Mayor, do you want to have a chance to say a few things? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, so you're absolutely right that the original JPA said it was perpetual until let's see, subject, unless terminated by mutual consent of the parties. And that was one of the items that the reviews thought was too general. As to what does that mean, mutual consent? So that's why it's perpetual subject to section D, which says that an individual member can withdraw and so forth. So that's one of those clarification issues. The other issue that you brought up was that it was also clarification in that dues are not, it was explicit that dues are not reimbursable, but I reviewed this with our attorney, Ms. Long, and she said that that's kind of implicit in the original joint powers agreement. So this was again a clarification. And by the way, former Councillor Ice was one of the members who reviewed and suggested some of these changes. So I know he's no longer on the council, but I did want to give him credit for helping with the careful review and possible changes. So again, those are two cases where it was really a clarification. It did not really change the JPA, but as Councilor Romero-Worth said, it was to clarify and reinforce kind of the governance and responsibilities of the RCLC. And that has led us to do things like enter contracts with our accountant and separate audit, legal services. And we want the new JPA will kind of enshrine those issues into our work going forward. So I hope that's a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Villarreal. I'll just address a few of the concerns that were addressed and brought up. One of them is what influence we have, and I think that the influence grows as the participation within the actual RCLC grows. And as I mentioned, or I tried to mention earlier, and I don't think I really made the point quite well, but one of the things that I think we've accomplished is greater diversification of sort of power, if that's what you want to call it, in the regional coalition. Our new chair is out of Taos. I think that the city of Espanola is taking on a greater role in terms of where it stands in the RCLC. And certainly we've seen a greater voice from Councilor Garcia. And one of the things that we do when we go to Washington, D.C., this was addressed, I think the question at least was addressed earlier. We are allowed to lobby as elected officials. So that goes without saying that when we do go to Washington, D.C., we don't generally just meet with staffers. We get the opportunity to meet with Senator Udall last year, with Senator Heinrich, and they go with us to the Department of Energy. And we're there on their behalf, on behalf of the citizens of our area. So it makes a huge difference when we're there in a large contingency. So that's part of the influence that we bring. When it comes down to ideals that may or may not be diametrically opposed, I'll be quite frank, this is really the first time that I've heard from the city of Santa Fe, and that's our fault, right? As I mentioned earlier, this is about a communication effort that needs to go both ways so that we can find out what it is the city of Santa Fe is interested in achieving, because that wasn't, at least in my experience, frankly, wasn't brought up at that time. And that's what we can have these conversations in order to achieve. When we say that a model is broken and we can try to find one that works, I think we absolutely need to do that. We need to have the ability to self-restrain and grow from those instances. And I think that's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is back up, and then you get the floor, and then we'll go back to Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to say that, since I spoke last, I've gotten several emails purporting to be a red line version, but I mean, they're not really. We had to take each one, as Councilor Villarreal said, and I'm not really sure what I'm looking at anymore. And I wanted to ask who, it looks like to me, this is a whole new JPA. Although I guess it's not. And so I wanted to know, first of all, who wrote it and why couldn't we have had just a underlined version of what's changed? Because it's just almost impossible to really seek out. And if we're going to take a vote, well, since we are going to take a vote on this, I'm not really sure anymore what I'm voting on. And so who wrote this that's before us?
Counselor, do you want to explain the derivation of the amendments and where the changes came and who wrote it? Was this done by your council, or how did this all evolve?
Mr. Mayor, so I'm not sure. I don't have that right in front of me, what Councillor Vigil has. Los Alamos County was provided a red line version when we were reviewing it. That red line version has been going around, and I don't know whether your legal department used that as a basis for their red line changes or whatever. So I know that I had a red line version that we used for our purposes. I presume it's identical. I mean, there are two documents, so I presume the red line version is identical between the different governmental entities have used. So and that's where we derived our summary of changes that I summarized before.
What I have is I would call it an opinion piece written for practically each question that was asked in prior committees, I guess. But it's not a red line version of the resolution, or I mean the JPA. So I'm not really sure what the changes are. I can't say with any definitive answer that what you're testifying to is what's in this JPA. So I'm not at all comfortable, but let me get off that for now. The second thing I want to say is I appreciate Councilor Villarreal's discussion about former Mayor Casas' analogy about the tables, but maybe we're sitting at the kiddie table, but I don't even think we have the persons who are involved in the real impact of LANL on sitting at the table. And I'll bring up BDD again. There's been, from RCLC in terms of what we've discussed at BDD, there hasn't been really much discussion about any helpfulness from there. I always thought of them, RCLC is an entity out there doing what they need, but I can appreciate, there are real issues with the water and getting cooperation from LANL. And we have this group here tonight with the JPA in front of us who hasn't really represented us well on that. Secondly, I lost my chain of thought. I'm exhausted with this too, but I just think that it's important for us to get what we need out of this group, and we haven't been getting it. And now we have a JPA in front of us that's not easily identified in terms of what changes that are being asked for. I'm at a loss for what to say here. And I agree with Councilor Villarreal that we have, as a governing body, been very specific about what we want, what we expect from LANL, and what value positions we've had about waste and all of that. And so this is kind of opposite of that, and it's not being a supportive group that's helping us get there. In fact, I don't even know if RCLC has ever seen our resolution about what's important to us as a city. And if it has, then we've never talked about it, and I already said a bunch about that earlier. So frankly, I don't see the value, and I don't see the changes here, and so I'm not sure what to do next, but those are just some additional comments that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, and then I think Councilor Lindell, is your hand up? Yeah, we'll go Councilwoman Villarreal and then to Councilor Lindell.
Actually, I'm going to give the floor to Councilor Lindell. I just wanted to respond to Mayor Sanchez's comment, but I'll yield the floor for now.
Okay, Councilor
You
Lindell.
sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
He means it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a little, it is a little confusing. I think a lot of us are focused on, the, introduction that Councilor Villarreal has tonight. This particular, item may improve, what we currently have, but Mayor, if you would allow me to, I'd like to ask Councilor Garcia a question, because he's our representative.
Councilor Lindell, go ahead.
Okay, Councilor Garcia, I just wondered, I know that you represent us on this board, and I'd just like to have your opinion of the direction that this is going at this point in time, the work that the board is doing. I mean, much like Councilor Vihil Coppler, I've been here a few years longer than she has, and I've never had a report of what's going on from this board. So you've been our representative. I'm wondering if you could just give us a quick update.
Councilor Garcia.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councilor Lindell. So I'm going to frame it in this sense. My experience with RCLC is what, like 13 months into the position. When I stepped into the role, RCLC was in the middle and in the process of cleaning up what I would consider a big mess that happened. And the house was getting cleaned, and the systems were being put in place. And one of the systems is this new JPA. And it was a product of, the investigations, the audits, all the recommendations that needed to take place for RCLC to even be considered a viable entity. With that being said, there are the systems now in place with the JPA, as Councilor Relevitz has mentioned. There is the whole fiscal process that has been set up, which I think was the most problematic with the organization. I do see the coalition having to really step up and really beef up its game in regards to the cleanup efforts. I do see that as a priority for the future for the organization. But as I mentioned, there was when you're dealing with a major reorg and cleaning up, it's hard to focus on this and that and the other and ensure you're staying viable. I do apologize that there was not reports. That was never directed to me when I stepped into this appointment by any of my colleagues on the council. It might have been a request prior to me arriving on the council, because I would have had no challenge whatsoever providing quarterly, monthly, whatever recommendation request it was. And because to me, if it's an interest of my colleagues, I want to make sure I'm keeping them updated as much as possible. That's something that should the city commit to stay into this, and should I stay as the appointee for this coalition, I'm happy to provide those updates in regards to the time frame that the governing body would like to request. I think as my colleagues on the coalition mentioned, there's still a lot of work to be done. And that's where the city of Santa Fe can step in to ensure that work gets done. But that's kind of where I stand, Councillor. I wish I had more of a historical perspective. I think the perspective I had was probably what the majority of folks had, which was what was published in the paper the last couple of years. But other than that, I have not had any real tangible experience with the coalition. So hopefully I helped to clarify some information for you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia, that was enormously helpful. And I wonder if I could just ask a couple of more questions to take the point a little bit further, because what I'm finding helpful for me is that we do have I see two separate issues, and maybe you can tell me if I've got it wrong or you see it the same way. We have this JPA, and I gather it's been in the works for some time. It is not a recent development. As you said, Councilor Garcia, there was a significant cleanup job with the operations of the organization and the fiscal management, the audit that was performed. And a lot of what I believe the JPA is designed to do, the amendments, to address that very specifically. It is in some ways we can relate to it in our own city government. We had the McHarg report that said you've got to make some changes and you've got to clean up some operations. And we took that work to heart. This is about a regional coalition that had problems in its fiscal management. It had a work plan to clean that up. This JPA is designed to do that. There is the larger macro question, which is in front of us as well, but I think Councilwoman Villarreal's resolution brings that directly to the forefront, which is, do we believe this organization and our participation is worthwhile? If you were to segment those two out as two separate questions, Councilor Garcia, is the JPA on it, voting on the JPA without considering the larger question of continued participation, does it make sense simply to try to clean up the working of the organization without prejudging whether we stay or go as we consider Councilwoman Villarreal's upcoming resolution? Do you have a way of parsing that out and coming to some sort of a recommendation for us?
I'll try to parse it out, but I think that's where the recommendation needs to be held by each and every one of my governing body colleagues, because I don't want to provide any preferred perspective in that sense. I see the JPA working as a tool. Think of it in the sense that if there is a system that is broken, you're going to need to implement tools to fix the system. You can't just say it's fixed. The revisions are those tools to help improve the system. I think, the larger question at hand is the value, which I think that is the conversation later, that with Councilor Villarreal's resolution. And I think that's a very, very valid conversation that does need to be had, because, the JPA does not address the impact of environmental cleanup as much as the participation in the organization. Because I am a strong advocate that we need to ensure that everything that has happened to the environment, not only at the site where Llano sits, but to the impacting surrounding communities, we need to work together as a body. And this can even be broader than the Santa Fe to Taos Valley, because I ultimately think it impacts New Mexico in general, that we need to do everything we can to ensure accountability. And that's the conversation later. Is RCLC the appropriate vehicle? Because that's the end goal. We need to ensure that our voice is heard, our voice is met, and the environment is protected, not only for decades to come, but for hundreds and if not thousands of years to come. And we need to do everything to ensure that cleanup is held accountable, and we follow through on that. So sorry to be long-winded. That's how it breaks apart to me in that sense. You've got the JPA, which is the organization processes. And then you've got the other side where it's the organization, and that's the determination to be held later, and how we are impact that organization or we don't. The topic in front of us right now is, do we agree to the rules that are in place prior, or do we agree to these rules that are being proposed in front of us now? As I mentioned, these rules sharpen the tools that were there prior. The broader discussion, and I'm definitely looking forward to it, because I do have my opinion that we need to ensure that there is, and if it isn't RCLC, we need to ensure that there is a body in place to ensure that we have our seat at the table, whatever it is. And I think that's where we all need to determine what that is. Not me as the person sitting on the body, because I'm just the individual who was appointed to sit on that by the mayor. And I'm the kind of vehicle in between, the facilitator. I get the information from RCLC. I'll bring it back to the governing body, and vice versa. I'll take whatever communications we have back to RCLC. And so, sorry again for that long-winded, but it's just trying to make matters of this situation that we're in right now.
No apology. I think that's really helpful. I think the distinction you make between a tool or an instrument and a philosophical or larger discussion about the city and its potential participation in an organization which has so many different elements that are involved, from nuclear weapons to cleanup to all the facets that go into that. To the extent that you are able to distinguish between the tool and the larger philosophical principle, I think that's very helpful. And I think we all look forward to that discussion. I think it's incredibly timely. And I salute Councilwoman Villarreal for bringing it to us as putting it on the table rather than not facing it squarely. Are there other, yes, you would relinquish the floor, Councilwoman, so we'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still think the tool is not sharp enough, and there's questions about the JPA that are in conflict with our interests, and they have been for a while. And I appreciate that there's new leadership and optimism. However, during the time, even when it wasn't dysfunctional, and when Mayor Koss was actually the chair, and there were many trips made to DC to lobby to talk about what we cared about for the city of Santa Fe as it related to RCLC, it fell on deaf ears to DOE. Nothing has really changed. And the budgets show that we're actually spending more money on plutonium pit production, and we're spending less money on cleanup. So again, it's the tools. Yes, I see your point, but I don't think it's sharp enough and clear enough for us to say that we want to support JPA, the reinstated JPA with the changes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there other points about the JPA itself, the terms of the amendments that people would like to either ask about or raise at this time? If not, we have a motion and a second. If the clerk would please call the roll on the amendments to the JPA.
Yes, Councilor Garcia.
As a individual who sits on this body, I'm going to abstain to avoid conflict of interest.
Okay, Councilor Lindell.
No.
Councilor Rivera.
No.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Koppler.
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
No.
Councilor Beta.
No.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes, I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay, and Mayor Weber.
Yes, and I also would like to explain my vote.
Okay, the motion did not pass, and Councilor Cassett Sanchez and Mayor Weber would like to explain their votes.
Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I voted yes. I do think that there is a wider conversation about the value. I was voting yes on the changes to the JPA. From what I can understand and what I looked at with the red line version, and really is looking at how are they working with their fiscal challenges, how are they making sure that they are a more functioning organization, and whether we align with that organization was not the question that I was really looking at today. And I do think that that is a really important and valid conversation. And as many people have said, I look forward to having those conversations, and I think it's going to be a tough discussion. And it's going to take a lot of energy and a lot of looking in for us, but just wanted to reiterate, I was voting on a JPA today and not on membership for the RCLC. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And I would say much the same. I think, the way it was raised earlier, how you frame the question and the debate guides how you would vote. I absolutely believe in improving any body, any organization where there can be a more responsible, accountable, and transparent way of doing business. Without regard to the larger issues of the day concerning LANL or its operations, its impact on our community, simply to vote in favor of good government and responsible improvement to an operating agreement in an organization in which we currently belong to seems to me to be a kind of straightforward proposition. It does not prejudge the question that Councilwoman Varel will be bringing forward and we'll all discuss soon. It simply says that the old JPA, which we should not endorse because it has many, many holes in it, is a less viable way of doing business than the new one would be. So we did not pass that motion. We need a new motion, I suppose. Madam City Attorney, a vote no to vote in favor of it, does that require any action to reject it as an alternative motion, or do we simply not vote to approve it?
Mayor Weber, I think by not approving it, you've got your vote.
That's the vote. Okay. Very good. So the motion to approve it has failed. We have not approved this item. Thank you for our guests for coming. We appreciate your presence. We greatly respect your time and your energy and your thoughts on this matter. And please come anytime and visit us. You're always welcome here. Thank you.
It was an honor to be before your council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you.
Same here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. I appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item?
Yes, item 11B is request to publish notice of public hearing on April 28th, 2021. This is consideration of bill number 2021-8, an ordinance regarding the Independent Salary Commission, amending sections 6-19.1 SFCC 1987 to make clarifications, amending section 6-19.2 SFCC 1987 to change the effective date of the salary to align with the terms for mayor set forth in the Santa Fe Election Code, section 9-1 SFCC 1987, amending section 6-19.3 SFCC 1987 to establish an application process and modify length of the commissioner's terms, and amending section 6-19.4 SFCC 1987 to set the future schedule for the Independent Salary Commission. I believe our attorney, Aaron McSherry, is available, and this is sponsored by Councilor Rivera, Councilor Romero-Worth, and Councilor Lindell.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve the request to publish. Is there a second? I hear a second from Councilor Casa Sanchez. This is a request to publish, it is not a consideration of the item. Is there discussion of the request? Up, Erin McSherry, you have the floor.
Mayor Weber, I just wanted to make a procedural clarification. If we could have a vote to waive the rule since this was introduced during committee. Typically, we introduce during governing body, but sometimes we introduce during committee and we just ask for a waiver of the procedural rules when that happens.
Okay, so that needs to precede a vote on request to publish, I assume.
So I'll withdraw my motion
I'll withdraw my second.
and I'll move that we, what do I say, Erin?
Waive.
That we waive our procedural rules to allow for the previous introduction of this bill.
Second that motion.
Okay, Councilor Merriworth has made a motion and Councilor Cassett Sanchez has seconded, so would waive our procedures to allow this to move forward. Any discussion on that motion? Could the clerk call the roll on that motion?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
Councilor Lindell? She may have stepped away because her picture is up, but not her actual video.
all right, I'll,
You want to give her a pass and come back, or?
yes, I will move down to Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merriworth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
and Councilor Lindell is still not back. Mayor Weber?
Yeah, I vote yes, and we can excuse Councilor Lindell from this vote.
All right, perfect. Motion has been approved.
Are we
Move
now?
to approve the request to publish.
Motion has been made to approve the request to publish,
Second.
Second.
and I heard a second from Councilor Cassett Sanchez. The original motion for the record was from Councilor Romero Wood. Is there any discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on that item?
Yes. I'll jump down one since we, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Voted yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved to publish.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please? Which I believe is D.
Yes, you are correct. It's item D, request to publish notice of public hearing on April 28th, 2021. This is consideration of bill number 2021-9. It's an ordinance amending section 11-14.5 SFCC 1987 to dedicate half of the sales from any sale or lease of city-owned land and buildings to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and amending section 26-3.6 to add the dedication to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This is sponsored by Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber, Councilor Beta, Romero Worth, Councilor Cassett Sanchez. And I believe Alexandra Ladd is available for this item if necessary. But again, this is a request to publish.
Right.
Move to approve.
Second.
The motion to approve it from Councilor Cassett Sanchez, a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there discussion of the item?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Garcia.
given that this was introduced in finance, do we have to waive the rules again?
Counselor, I think this was actually introduced at council.
Can we double check this? Because the councilor raises a good question. If we're gonna follow our rules and this would require a waiver, we should take that up. Jesse, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was introduced at the January 27th council meeting.
Okay. Thank you. So that being said, are there any other questions or concerns regarding this item? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank you.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Now the next item, please.
All right, next item is item E, request to publish notice of public hearing on April 28th, 2021. This is consideration of bill number 2021-10, an ordinance amending section 18-11.3 SFCC 1987 to define taxable premises consistently with the state statute and to add a definition for permanent resident, amending section 18-11.8 to make it consistent with state statute, amending section 18-11.17 to differentiate between the occupancy tax and the convention center fee, and to dedicate the occupancy tax collected on the 31st day and subsequent days to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, amending section 26-3.6 to add the dedication to the existing list of dedications to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and making such other changes as are necessary. Mayor Weber, sponsor of this, and Randy Randall, our tourism director, is available on this item.
This also is a request to publish, but I think Councilor Garcia has raised a good red flag in the past. Are we on solid ground with this one as well? Jesse, do you have a record of when this was introduced?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was introduced at the February 11th council meeting.
Thank you. Just wanted to, I think it's good to be very consistent. So if we're good to go.
Move to approve.
Councilor Lindell
Second.
approved this, and Councilor Cassett Sanchez has seconded it. And Councilwoman Villarreal has her hand up for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to make a point, we heard this item in the Community Development Commission, and there were a lot of questions from the members in the sections. There was some areas that remained unclear and language adjustments, and I don't know if they were fixed. So, and at the time, the mayor couldn't answer some of our questions. So I'd like to see if the questions that we brought up of clarification, if Rich Brown could either send us some clarification on that or address those issues that were brought up in the next, one of the committees I serve, whether it's finance or quality of life. There were just some points that we brought up that I don't think have been corrected yet, so.
Yeah, good. That was a good meeting, and they raised some questions about definitions and why certain categories were handled the way they were. I did take notes. I don't know if those notes transferred into adjustments, but Mr. Brown, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Villarreal. I also took notes, and I sent those notes over to Randy Randall to incorporate it into the documents. And unfortunately, I don't have the document in front of me to see where the changes are, and I don't see Mr. Randall here to answer the question. But I did incorporate my notes and the mayor's notes that I had got from him and pass them on to Mr. Randall to make sure that they were incorporated.
Thank you. Rich, can you send those to me?
Sure.
And then I can address them when we go through the committee process to make sure they were clarified at some point, because I don't have anything to compare it to with this version, or if anything has changed. And so that's all I want to just make clear for the next steps.
Very good, thank you. Other discussion of this item? If there is no other discussion, can the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez, Yes. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item?
Yes, the next item is item F. It's consideration of resolution. This is sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's a resolution extending the state of emergency as proclaimed by the mayor on March 29th, 2021 by 54 days, expiring at noon on May 24th, 2021, pursuant to section 20-1.3 SFCC 1987, and our attorney Erin McSherry is available for this item.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? We have a motion from.
Second.
Approve and second from Counselor Lindell to approve it. And I think there was an interest in some discussion regarding testing and other provisions and ways in which we are continuing to evolve this order to stay current with the evolving changes with the pandemic, our response to it, and the state's response to it. So I will recognize Counselor Cassett Sanchez, who had expressed an interest in raising some questions earlier this evening. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I suppose this is a question for Jarrell. I'm sorry, it's late. Maybe it's just been a long time. Employee testing, that's what I wanted to ask about. And what we are doing in terms of, I know that we had discussed in our last emergency proclamation of getting regular testing going for our employees. This is something that I'm really quite concerned about in terms of making sure that our staff members are coming into a safe environment and that we are getting that information as best as possible. So I would love an update on where we are on being able to get that information for them and get our employees tested on a regular basis so we can ensure that they're safe as much as we can in a pandemic.
City manager, and maybe the city attorney can weigh in as well, because this is all reflective of attempts to respond to the changing pandemic concerns. But Jarrell, can you take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Yes, so it is an ongoing, evolving process. Draft policy was shared with all three of our unions on March 2nd. It was really important to us that we get the feedback of our unions, of our, because this is going to be an ongoing policy. I think the other thing that's kind of interesting to just share, I really view this as part of our ongoing return to work, right? This is about making sure our employees are returning to a safe environment. This is less about dealing with the sort of crisis of October, November, and hopefully this is part of our re-entry, return to work ongoing piece of it. We got some good feedback from a couple of the unions, and then AFSCME requested a number of extensions, to which we were very interested in accommodating, because again, we really want to make sure that we're taking into consideration the impact on all of our employees. So we got some general feedback that they were not interested in supporting the policy as it was written. We are working to schedule a meeting to understand what those concerns are and what level of constructive comments we could have, because again, I think this is really important as part of our ongoing re-entry. So that is where it stands. We were targeting to begin this process the very beginning of April. So we are working as hard and fast as we can, while also maintaining an open line of communication and to see if we can get where we are. I will say again, as we sort of navigate this this environment, this will continue to evolve. So now that DOH has said vaccine access for everyone, obviously, as we heard from public comment, that hasn't been anyone's experience yet. We're going to start to see that wheel turn. The pool of our employees who will need to be tested will continue to shrink. So over the course of April, we're going to see those two pieces shift. So long-winded way of saying it, the work continues. It has not been officially rolled out. We are working really hard to get it to that place. And again, I think it's really important as part of our ongoing maintenance. We want to ensure that our employees are safe, feel safe, and know that we can contain anything that comes our way. Because again, we can feel really good. We went 21 days without a case, and in the last week, in this week, it's Wednesday, we've seen 4 cases. So things change. We are still in this, and it is really important as we look to reopen, as we hope to reopen. We got to have these pieces in place, because if we don't, we will reopen and we will be forced to shut back down again. And I do not want to put us in that position. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. I also would be, I'm glad that, I hope that you can get that meeting set up with the union soon, because as you mentioned, getting the testing going sooner rather than later does allow us to reopen more. And again, just as we are opening up and as we potentially are bringing employees back in, doing what we can to make sure that they're safe. I know that vaccinated employees are not required to test per this policy. I would be curious if there'd be a way for us to allow them to volunteer to do so, as the science around the vaccines is looking better in terms of, it does look like it actually prevents disease or decreases a viral load, which makes you less likely to transmit it to somebody. But that would be something that I would be interested if we could look at, again, with just, it's kind of public health 101, that surveillance piece. And we have a smaller population, and how we might be able to do that surveillance and really making sure that we are again, keeping our staff safe as we are asking them to potentially come back and interact with each other more. And, if we're able to catch that somebody has been exposed, or we're more able to isolate and stop the spread. So thank you for continuing to work on it. I'm really hoping that meeting with AFSCME can move forward sooner rather than later, because I would really like to get this in place as soon as possible. So I believe those are all my questions right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, I think that the city manager articulated the interest we have in making sure all of our employees are safe and healthy. And if they have a test that's positive, they get immediate care. It's also important that our residents feel safe and confident that when they interact with our employees, as we open up, as we hopefully stay in turquoise and continue to be able to live the Santa Fe promise of safe, open together, that our employees are safe and our residents are safe as our employees interact with each other. Our employees are often the same people who are out and about, and we want everybody to stay safe in those interactions. So testing is not done. It's not as if we have crossed a threshold and testing has become irrelevant, and it's free. It is less intrusive. There are many different options for getting tested, and it continues to be a tool for staying in turquoise. Counselor, did you want to speak?
Yeah, sorry, I had a quick follow-up, and just to confirm that if we do have an employee who has tested positive or is a close contact, and they then can no longer come into work and could not work remotely, we do still have administrative leave for them, correct? So there's not a disincentive to test in case you test positive and you'd be losing dollars. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, I would defer to Bernadette if she's available to make sure we get that accurately answered.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, yes, that's correct. They would still receive the administrative leave with pay.
Perfect. Wonderful. Very glad to hear. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That was all.
Thank you. Are there other questions about the this current state of emergency proclamation? It is a continuation of our effort to stay safe and yet evolve for more open activities and reopening of the city. If there are no other questions, could the clerk please call the roll?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Betha,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 12, matters from the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll yield my time in the interest of the rest of the agenda.
In the interest of time. Item number 13 then is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Two very quick announcements, and then I'll recommend we go into executive session. First announcement, it is Jesse's 6th anniversary with the city today. And then second announcement, Marcos Martinez was the lead counsel on a 10th Circuit case that had a positive outcome that came out yesterday, I believe. And that was the Santa Fe Alliance case defending the city's decision on telecom that's been pending for a while. It was also challenging the US government and the state of New Mexico. So it was actually a pretty big case. They're publishing a decision on it. So it will be precedential and it will help the city to defend its ordinances in the future and its positions. So that's really helpful. Those are my two announcements. And then I do recommend we go into executive session to discuss disposition of property, specifically the Las Estrellas Santa Fe Estates property.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss the matter listed on the agenda as recommended by the city attorney.
There a second?
Second.
Councilor Lindell has seconded Councilor Rivera's motion. Could the clerk call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilor Betha,
Yes.
Did you have your
Councilor
hand-
Cassett Sanchez,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did have my hand up because I thought we'd put executive session to the end and we were going to do all of our communications and then end on executive. But that's what we had amended our agenda to before. I honestly could go either way, whatever people want to do. So.
Yeah, I thought we had just put everything in the same order, but through. But I'm happy to, if people would like to do the matters from the city clerk and communications from the governing body before we go into executive session, I'm completely comfortable with that. Is that how you folks, everybody would like to proceed? Or if we go into executive session, we do our business, we have to come back anyway and we can finish up at that time. Let's
Go to executive, vote yes, sure, yes.
thank you.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes, so we can also eat something.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, I vote yes.
Motion has been approved.
All right, and I vote for Councilwoman Villarreal, food motion. Let's meet in the other room in a few minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Sean, is there a reason why you want your camera on? I can't hear you. You're muted.
No, I think I'm gonna be leading this discussion though. How are you?
Are you supposed to be in executive session?
Yep,
This is the city council meeting
okay,
link.
I'll get off.
Mhm.
Thanks.
We are streaming live on YouTube as we return from the executive session. And we're, most of us, resuming our presence in this room. I think we have a quorum if, I know not everybody's here, but we do have a quorum if we wanted to proceed to bring ourselves back into session. Councilor Rivera, do you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we return from executive session, stating for the record that discussion was limited to the item listed on the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Rivera has made a motion and it has been seconded by Councilor Lindell. I don't see any hands for discussion, so could the clerk please call the roll on that motion?
Yes, Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Item has been approved.
thank you. We're back. There are 2 items left on our agenda. First is matters from the city clerk. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and just move on.
We have
Thank you.
communications from the governing body. I'll just go around the room. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you are in my upper left-hand corner of my Zoom screen.
Happy Passover. Sign up for vaccinations. Have a good night.
Thank you. Councilor Romero Worth.
Wear your mask. Good night.
Councilor Lindell.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to our lobbyist, Mark Duran. I think that he did a magnificent job communicating to us the things he worked on, what was going on at the Roundhouse. And I just think that he does a really, really good job for us, and I appreciate him, and I wanted to publicly thank him.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple birthdays. My granddaughter's birthday just passed on the 29th. So happy birthday to Aniston. My wife's birthday's on Saturday. Happy birthday to her. And then my sister, her birthday's on Monday. So it's birthday season for me.
A lot of pink cake.
A lot of cake.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councilor. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just make sure to watch out for the Easter Bunny this weekend. I heard he's hopping around somewhere. And as Councilor Cassett Sanchez reminded folks, make sure to get your shots. They're coming fast and furious next week. So line on up. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to express that with regard to the legislature, I helped lobby for the firefighter Senate Bill 90, and I'm happy to report it passed through the committees on both sides, and it's on the governor's desk. And I'm hopeful that it will be signed. And I guess I just want to bring something up. I don't really mean to discuss it, but I'm curious because we did pass a resolution for legislative priorities. And then I learned that sometime during the session, one of our top priorities was pulled off. And so I'm wondering, is that something that should have come back to the council? Or I mean, do we just have the liberty to take things off our priorities, even though a resolution was voted on? And so that's all I have, but it's something for the future to discuss.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm introducing an ordinance which amends several sections of the code, chapter 14, related to family transfers. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, there are things to be introduced. I don't know if anybody, that's a good reminder. We do have introductions tonight as well. So please, if you have something pending and I missed you, please do ask me to come back. I think Councilor Villarreal, you have something you're introducing. I believe we talked about it earlier.
Yes, and I was surprised that Councillor Abeta didn't want to read the full caption tonight. Sorry. I'm introducing a resolution withdrawing the city of Santa Fe as a member of the Regional Coalition of Landfill Communities. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I am also the resolution that was introduced previously in the I guess in finance. I'm going to introduce it as a resolution establishing a work plan for improving access to affordable housing opportunities for residents of the city of Santa Fe, with co-sponsors already listed. The goal there is to not have it have to be waived as we take it up through the process. So that'll be introduced as of tonight. Thank you, everybody, for a very long but thoughtful evening and a lot of conversation, a lot of constructive dialogue. And it is 11:27 and the meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.